What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Double eight.
He
gets it, and he gets another win against Dan Aspbury on top.
Game shown the second leg, Ollie Howard.
Yeah, excellent indeed from Ollie Howard. One over.
Game
and
shown
there
the
it is.
Dan Aspbury.
He takes second game of the day.
Game shown the first leg, Devon Peterson.
McKee looking at 145. He's looking at tops. And he's looking good in more ways than one. How likely this bullseye? Very likely. Very good. It's the final day of daytime action here in Group C. Welcome along to Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the action where overnight Oliver King and Richard McKee have a shared tie for the lead. 6 points each to their name. Devon Peterson is chasing the tail. The ADC Global Champion, though, is in need of a big day if he is to make it through to the finals tomorrow night. From a Global Champion to a World Champion, Scott Mitchell is with us once again in the studio to run the ball over all of the day's action, and it is a day for all 11 players in the field where there is an opportunity up for stakes to get back here tomorrow night for a final.
I genuinely think there is. I think it's been two very open groups that just need somebody to sort of grab them and say, this is going to be mine, I'm going through.
Last night Group B got underway. I think if we're going to be brutally honest, we didn't see everybody play to their best, but Ryan Branley's been doing what he's kind of been doing all week. Finding a B game which is good enough to pick up wins.
We say that, but I think that his A game is there. When he's asked to perform with his A game, he ups it to the mid-90s without a problem. Without it just flicks a switch with him. So I think Ryan's one of those players at the moment. The way that he's playing is he's doing enough to just get through and where he needs to be. And I think that that's a great trait to have in a player.
So, Group B at the end of the opening night's play sees Ryan Branley win all 4 of his games. He's top of the table, 4 points clear of Mason Whitlock, Richie Burnett and Mike Gillett. Steve Hine didn't pick up a win during the opening night's worth of play. So that's Group B. Group C concludes this afternoon. And 2 players are at the top of the table with 8 points apiece. Richard McKee and Oliver King, the 2 players that lead the way. Oliver on debut here, and he's kind of taken to that stage like duck to water.
Yeah, he has. He's kind of come here, and I think what helped him was playing Devon Peterson in the first game and winning. And we just see there, I think, how can you not get... I would get confidence from beating Devon in my first game if I was in this group. And he's gone on and sort of used that confidence, used it well, made the place feel a happy place for him. And on debut, you have to say, it's probably good value to be top of the group.
Richard McKee also on 8 points, and he kind of did exactly what he needed to do yesterday.
Yeah, the thing I think with McKee yesterday, everything looked likely, particularly when he got down around that 145 area. I mean, he looked likely every leg that he could take something out big. The thing that was holding him back yesterday, he probably only had his B game on the scoring part of things. So he was having to try and take these big shots out. But again, he got to 8 points, and I think there's more to come from him. And I think overnight he'll be feeling he didn't quite play his best yesterday, and he's found himself level at the top.
So this is how it looks going into today's action. Devon Peterson won his last 3 games yesterday to put himself just a couple of points off the lead. Dan Aspbury will probably be the player most disappointed with his day yesterday. Ollie Howard and Niels Heinsoe on 2 points respectively. So King and McKee tied at the top on 8 points, but the bookmakers have Richard McKee as the favourite to go on and win the group come the end of the day. Correct in your opinion?
Yeah, I'd go with it. I think the big thing about who's going to finish top is going to be game 4 today when McKee and King actually go head to head. Dev's got to have a 4 out of 5 day to give himself a chance, but he doesn't look to have been that player so far in the first 4 days. It doesn't look likely, but with Dev, you never know. The minute his back's against the wall, he comes out swinging.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And we're going to get involved into our first game of the session. Sees Oliver King in action up against Niels Heinsoe. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with a man from Norfolk. Oliver, very good first day for yourself here at the Super Series. 8 points from your 5 matches. You must have been really pleased with the way things went out there.
I was mega pleased the way it went. Could have been a bit more happy if it was 5 out of 5, but pesky double 16 letting me down once again. But we go again today, and hopefully I can sit nicely in that spot for tomorrow.
What were your expectations before a dart was thrown yesterday morning?
My expectation was just to come here and enjoy myself. If, to be completely honest, if I'd have come here and I'd maybe won a game or two and played okay but didn't play brilliantly, I'd been quite happy. First time on the Modus stage. Couldn't really ask for any much more than what I did yesterday. Hopefully, may it continue today.
So is it fair to say that now the goalposts have kind of shifted a little bit? Now you're in a position where you're top of the table overnight. The eyes are very much on, right, now we get through to Saturday.
Yesterday went from me coming to enjoy myself, and now today it's make a statement, get myself to Saturday, show people what I can actually do.
This has got the potential to be the biggest week of your darting life, hasn't it?
Very, very possibly. So I've had a couple of semi-finals, quarter-finals that I don't want to support. This may just take the cake.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish you all the very best throughout the course of the day. Oliver, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So this is how the table looks. And hoping it's a walkover today is Oliver King and Richard McKee, both on 8 points going into today's action. Devon Peterson just a bit further back on 6. Dan Aspbury on 4 with Ollie Howard and Niels Heinsoe with just the solitary win in the opening day's worth of play. And the action will get underway, as I say, with that meeting between King and Heinsoe. The players at the top and bottom of the table going head to head, and for Oliver an opportunity to move 2 points clear of Richard McKee, but perhaps more crucially today moving 4 clear of Devon Peterson. Remember, the top 2 from 6 will qualify their way through to Saturday night's final here in Portsmouth. Oliver looking to do so on debut. The 26-year-old from Norwich in Norfolk throwing with a 23-gram target dart up against Niels, the 55-year-old from Heinsoe in Denmark, throwing with the very specific 16.4-gram super slim sticks. He's been a fun addition to have here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but it looks like the Great Danes run of things will come to an end following the end of today's action. Paul Hinks is in charge. A man who has refereed 4 World Championship finals in a long and distinguished career.
Game on.
His first job of the day is to call Oliver King to the hockey. Well, this game 1 of 25. We kick off at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and we will come to an end at 1:30 in the morning. Such is the bumper day that we've got to enjoy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
97.
For some, it will spell the end of the road. For some, it will lead to a long road home. And for Niels Heinsoe, a potential 17-hour road trip back to Denmark
59.
come the end of the day. But some on the other side of the coin will be hoping that this is just the beginning of a road. Beginning of a road to glory, a beginning of a road to supremacy, and the beginning of a road which could well be a £90,000 butterfly effect. The defending champion, Jensen Walker, will be back on Monday to defend the crown that he won back in April.
96.
But who is going to head into Champions Week and have the opportunity to join Jensen potentially in the Roll of Honour in this
60.
prestigious competition? For Oliver King, he's looking to follow the path that the likes of Tom Sykes than Sam Spivey have had in the past.
59.
And you have to say, Scott Mitchell sat alongside me here in the commentary box yesterday. Oliver really did in the opening few games really impress
45.
us.
Yeah, he did. And you thought maybe on debut he's beat Devon. He started
45.
really well. Do you start to think, does life here at the Super Series get any better than this? I've just beat the global champion. And there's a tendency that you may be able
60.
to drop off and relax a little and think you've got the job sorted, but no such thing with King yesterday. He accelerated on, and
78.
I was kind of impressed how he continued to play for the rest of the day. His one defeat was obviously to Richard
125.
McKee, who's level
Oliver Carr,
at the
107.
top with him.
$87. Niels Carr, 88.
Well, that 107 would have been some start for Oliver. What can Heinsoe make of the 88? May just be one dart at the ball. He gets the bonus of 2 darts at double 14.
Games
Takes
on
the
the
double
first leg,
14
Niels Heinsoe.
and takes an opening leg break.
Second leg, Niels to third first. Game on.
So we're now seeing a different side for Oliver King. We're now
92.
seeing a side where he would see that Niels is one of the guys down the tail
97.
end of the table. And he would be looking at this game, if he looks at it with the wrong mindset, as this is 2 points on his table already before a dart is thrown.
135.
Inexperience sometimes can allow you to think like that. And I've just wondered, there was a little sign
80.
there after that first leg that he lost. He looked a little bit upset there, stood behind Heinsoe.
36.
So I'm wondering how he's going to sort of react to that leg loss, really, because everything was plain sailing for him yesterday.
60.
Well, having broken in leg 1, he's got 6 darts on 238 to win leg 2, and all of a sudden we could have a real big plot twist right
134.
at the very beginning of Friday's action, and it just pricks up the ears of those in behind, the likes of Devon, maybe even the likes of Dan Aspbury as well.
100. Niels Carr, 104.
Would actually be a defeat which would put Ollie Howard to the bottom of the league table. 104 for Niels. Unable to get, but in a very
48.
good position here
Oliver Carr,
to open up a
164.
2-0 lead for Oliver. Suddenly finding himself in a little bit of bother here.
39. Niels Carr, 56.
So this for 2-zip. Double top. Now 2 10s. And
Games
that
on the
is
second leg, Niels
2-0
Heinsoe.
to Niels Heinsoe.
Is this
So
a bit of
Oliver
a
to
scenario
first,
then,
game
Henry,
on.
that this is, we're saying to Oliver King, welcome to the top of the group. This is kind of what can happen to you.
60.
I have one massive experience at this, having a 5 out of 5 on a Thursday and I didn't get near winning a game on the Friday and didn't make the Saturday night final night. So
66.
it can happen. It does happen.
Well, ultimately, the goalposts and the parameters have completely shifted for Oliver. Yesterday, it was all a free hit. As we mentioned during the coverage, we weren't talking about him in the build-up. We were only really
140.
talking about him after he picked up a couple of early wins in the day. But all of a sudden, he sees his name joint top of the group. And as a
70.
consequence, we're giving him the big butt. And he knows suddenly the expectation, the pressure shifts from going out and enjoying it. He said it in his interview to knowing that there's actually a little bit of expectation on his shoulders. It took him a couple of legs to awake, but maybe he's just beginning to find his gear here.
Yeah, well, Ollie King knows that it's a little bit of an
55.
Elvis moment
Oliver
for
Carr,
him now. It's now or
121.
never. He's got to get on with it.
Well, he had the most 180s of anybody yesterday. 8 throughout the course
44.
of the afternoon session. He is 9th for the group. May well help him en route to his first leg of the day, leaving himself on 77 after just a dozen darts.
100.
And he's going to get plenty of
77.
time to reduce the gap back down in half. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 10.
Game
And
shot
that
the
is a
third leg, Oliver
14
King.
darter to put Oliver King on the board in this match.
Fourth leg, Niels to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's the type of leg where you realise, no, it's not gone anywhere. I was just overthinking it. And good mindset to be able to come back from that.
55.
One that we've been talking about continually with Ryan Brownlee, who we'll see later this evening in Group B.
43.
You feel, talking to Ollie as you did earlier, that if Oliver could make
55.
the finals night on Saturday, that would be a big thing for him on a real big leg up on his darting life going forward
100.
into the future.
Yeah, it could be a big day for the ADC qualifier from the east of England.
28.
Beat Steve West in January to win that particular title, to win that qualifier, to win his spot here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
58.
And we've seen a number of ADC qualifiers making input to the point where they almost become regulars. I know we speak about Tom Sykes in such glowing terms, in glowing circles. I mean, even somebody like Dan
125.
Aspbury, we're going to see later on in the session, came here having won a qualifier, made an instant impact, and has been given direct invitations ever since. Richard McKee, in a similar boat, impressed on his
140.
debut as a qualifier, has come back again in a Group C scenario.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that shows how the Super Series
30.
is progressing
Oliver Carr,
and
160.
changing the faces who are coming here. There are people that you remember, they haven't been here for 2 or 3 years, and maybe their game's gone off a bit. And if your game does drop off a bit, you're
60.
not always rewarded here. You know, we want to see the very best players here who are at the top of their game. And if we find a few that become qualifiers that can come here and love the place and kind of do a better job, that's kind of how we're going to raise the standard and keep the standard high here at the Super Series.
80.
And I think the people
Oliver
behind
Carr,
the scenes here are
100.
very, very aware that we've got to keep changing and finding these new faces. You know, one time we found this fella called Littler and brought him here, didn't we?
60. Niels Carr, 128.
Well, look at Jan van Veen, I think another really good example, which probably, if it weren't for Luke Littler, would be the shining example of this place. As Heinsoe looks at the ball for 128
97.
off
Oliver
the mark.
Carr,
And so
40.
King looking at tops to square this game up at 2 apiece.
Getting shot on the
And we are at
fourth leg,
2-2,
Oliver
having
King.
trailed this game 2-0. I think Jan van Veen's a great example of somebody
Fifth
that
leg, Oliver to throw first.
came here
Game on.
and the first time in the old studio in Southampton, I remember commentating on Jan, and you could tell that there was a talent there, but it was very, very raw
100.
at that moment in time. And then suddenly we gave him a couple of appearances. Admittedly, now in those days there were shorter cycles, so he was probably here every 4 or 5 weeks.
42.
But suddenly you then saw a player develop. And I remember by the time he played his last game here, we thought, oh yeah, this kid could be a little bit special. Went and got his tour
57.
card, and he has not looked back since.
No, a really likeable young man as well. He's just genuine as you like, and
58.
and as a fellow darter, and you like to see those players do well. And you know what he's done this week at the match play has been pretty sensational. And again, you know it's not
40.
the end for him. It's more like the start, and he's learning how to deal with those high pressure scenarios and high pressure games on the TV, and they're becoming a fan's favourite.
30.
As you get to become at all the TV events, you start getting fans that start to like you, and you try to work out why the fans like you, and that's part of the game. You don't have to
100.
work that bit out. They just like you. Let them get on with it. You can't change what they feel. So he's got lots of things on the next level to get used to, and he's was getting to experience them all. But like you say, he came here, and this is where it kind of started
30.
to unravel for him.
Yeah, he's a good character, Jan. I remember me and Charlie Corsafine once went to a very famous chicken chain where you might have a
140.
cheeky meal. And we were sat down having food, and Jan had won the Group A. And he'd obviously spotted us in this restaurant. Came up, tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You two, the blokes off the darts of the telly." Really good character, really good guys, Jan. And good to see him succeeding
41.
in
Oliver Carr,
bigger and
64.
better things.
What did you do? Were you licking your fingers going, yeah, we are?
It's double top to turn a 2-0
44.
deficit into a 3-2 lead. And I do think Jan is destined to win a big major title. I think he's going in one direction and it's upwards.
76.
I
Oliver
couldn't
Carr,
agree
20.
more. Couldn't agree more. I'm not sure what happened for Heinsoe there. I don't know whether it was a slip,
Gain
but it
shot
went
on
in
the
trouble.
fifth leg, Oliver
12.
King.
No such problem for King. He didn't slip.
Six
He
leg
was
Nielsen
aiming
for
for
the
double
first.
10 and
Game
hit double
on.
10.
$60. $96. $55.
Well, Niels, when he led this game 2-0, was looking
125.
okay, but it's just all very quickly gone very sour for him.
Look, he started the game well and got himself a couple of legs up, and that big,
40.
it was 11 dart, wasn't it, that got King back into it. And he hasn't recovered from that. It's been a kick to the midriff that he hasn't been able to handle. And I think we've seen
140.
that happen to Niels on a few occasions this week in the last 5 days.
$100. Oliver Carr, 140.
So King here looking at 140 to win this game 4-2. He's got 6 starts on this point to do exactly that, and he's going to need the full
100.
quota of those 6 starts to get the job done. But he's left himself tops after 12 here to complete that 4-2 win.
He did well there. He had 2 darts blocking the treble
26.
20, and he kind of
Oliver
threw the
Carr, 40.
flatty, didn't he? And it went between the two of them to hit the treble 20.
So tops for King, now double 10.
30.
Double 10 moves inside. He will come back, but this could get rather tricky rather quickly for Oliver.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. I think that looked a little bit nervy, that
40.
first attempt to
Oliver
win this
Carr,
first
10.
game and get the first one under his belt on Friday.
He's going to split because his opponent's still not on a finish. Now double 2. Now he's contemplating his options. He's seen the scoreboard, but he still perseveres with a double 2. Was caught in 2 minds, went for the double, couldn't find it.
That was an half-hearted dart, a double 2 there. Really was half-hearted, lacked conviction, didn't really believe he was going to. It
60.
was just kind of a token
Oliver
gesture
Carr,
to throw it
4.
away so that he could get back at it now with 3 in his hand and have a real good go at it.
Game shot
And
on the
this
match,
time, make
Oliver
no
King.
mistake, could seal a 4-2 win. And Oliver King is on the board. He was made to work hard for it, trailed in the game 2-0, but he moves himself on to 10 points in the group. This is how he did it. Average just under 80. Coming up next, Ollie Howard takes on Richard McKee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Oliver King got the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 2. Our next game is a meeting between Richard McKee and Ollie Howard. Let's get to know both players just a little bit better, shall we? Ollie, the 27-year-old from Norwich, making his debut in this competition, up against Richard McKee, a former semi-finalist from Northern Ireland. Represented his country at the International Pairs Tournament. And he's looking to make it through to a second Saturday night. Scott Mitchell with me here in our commentary gantry up the top of the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Our view overlooking the stage and overlooking all of the action
First leg,
here
Ollie to through
in
first.
Portsmouth.
Game on.
And as far as Richard McKee is concerned, he'll just want to carrying on what he did yesterday,
43.
because it was just really efficient. 83 average of the day, which is pretty much his same numbers for the season. 33% on the doubles, a little bit better than his numbers for the season. Didn't have to be spectacular,
70.
but what he did do was enough to get the points.
Yeah, he did, and I think what he actually will appreciate is the fact that the attention was probably more on Ollie King than himself yesterday. I think he was quite happy to sneak around under the radar. As you mentioned, King had scored 8 180s
100.
yesterday, and McKee had just hit a couple, but he still sat on the same point, so he went under the radar and sort
100.
of became very fruitful. And I said at the top of the show that I felt that his finishing was okay and was on point, was more than worthy
100.
of where his position in the league. But he really did only have his B game on the scoring, and I'm sure that if he ups that will change
58.
things for him dramatically. And he needs to get past this game with Ollie Howard to set up a bit of a clash in game 4 with
97.
Oliver King, where
Oliver Carr,
McKee has the
120.
darts in that one as well, so he has a slight advantage. And I think that he could maybe inflict a defeat
29. Richard
on
Carr,
King
134.
that could feel quite harmful to him. He's enjoying being top of the group as King. And when you sort of like get toppled a little bit,
114.
you could
Oliver Carr, 91.
have sort of like a mental block and a bit of a change about the rest of your games. So that's all to come. Stay with us here on
51.
Pluto
Richard
TV
Carr,
to find
20.
that out, because I think it's going to be very interesting to work out.
Well, McKee here looking at double 5 to get the break and to take the opening leg. And the
Getting shot
opening
on
leg
first
he
leg,
gets
Richard McKee.
after Ollie Howard really dominated the scoring exchanges. Had a 180 in
Second
that
leg,
leg,
Richard
but
through
in
first.
the end didn't
Game
get a
on.
dart at a double. McKee gets the break and he leads 1-0 as a consequence.
$23.
I had a nice message from a fellow teammate of Richard McKee and
96.
the form of Ricky Dunlop yesterday, saying, you know, what a great guy Richard is, and just a genuinely nice guy and a good player. And that's always nice when
95.
you get a message like that from somebody. Richard obviously won't know it unless somebody's watching from the McKee
66.
fan club, and we'll tell him later after today. But yeah,
$99.
We both had a little bit of a chat with Ollie, didn't we, before the darts got underway
62.
this afternoon. And I think the one thing I got from the conversation is, yes, he does his bits and his platform and stuff like that, but there's a real want and a
94.
real strive to improve as a dart player. And I think he wants this visit to be about him as an individual, not about what he does in terms
45.
of YouTube and what he does in terms of the social media side of the sport.
yeah, I mean, I think for darting fans, it's very easy to get mixed up
90.
with the two. I've seen other darting influencers on social media. We've all seen them, and you're saying,
81.
oh, hang on a minute,
Richard
if he's
Carr,
this good
100.
and they're doing all these things and all these tricks and what have you, why are we not seeing a challenge tour? Why are we not seeing them win
Getting
somewhere
shot on the
else?
second leg, Richard
And that, once
McKee.
again, another 100 shot goes for McKee. I said he's likely with all of these. He missed a
Third leg, Oliver
1-3-4
through
in the
first.
last leg
Game on.
to go 1-0, and now he's taken out a ton to go 2-0. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about, you know, darting influencers, you
60.
kind of, I think that there's a particular sort of element on social media where people will just argue for the sake of it, and will want to
100.
sculper. When people are having success on social media, others seem to have a lot of jealousy surrounding somebody having success, and they ask them
140.
questions like, why are you not on the Pro Tours if you're so good, and why, you know, that's not what influencing's all about. You know, it's
58.
the content is really good and interesting, and these people wouldn't be watching it. But Ollie's very aware that, yeah, that's one side. There's a
40.
line in the sand, and he steps over that, and he's a dart player and trying to be that dart player first and foremost. And if he can combine that with that little influencing team that he's part of,
140.
which are hugely successful, and you know, he was explaining kind of a little bit how it started. You'll have to stay
91.
riveted for that in later episodes. But yeah, and I just like the fact that I think he and the guys that are doing it in the kind of name of darts. It's not about them
59.
trying to be influencers because they want to be
170.
famous. It's about them just loving the game and wanting to show and create a love of the game for other people watching, and that makes them
94.
very different
Richard
influencers
Carr,
in my mind.
144.
So McKee 144 does not go. He's not going to back up the ton of the previous leg. So Howard back for 76 to get his
44.
first chalk
Oliver
on
Carr,
the board in this
76.
game. He's going to get a dart, unlike leg 1 on throw, and that dart's going to be at double top, and he'll be wary if he misses this,
56.
because
Richard Ducar, 100.
this ton was exactly what McKee took out to win the previous leg. Is he going to do it in back-to-back legs? Double 10 means the answer is yes.
On the third leg, Richard McKee.
Back-to-back tons, and Richard McKee is in full control of this game.
Fourth leg,
3-0 to the good.
first.
He's got the
Game
double
on.
break and now has the darts in his hand to seal a 4-0 win. Playing pretty much to type. Mid-80s average, decent doubling,
135.
couple of ton plus checkouts. If he plays to this level, if everybody else kind of plays to the type that we
100.
saw yesterday, he ain't going to have any issues whatsoever in terms of qualifying, you feel.
No, it's Branley-like, isn't it? We've seen this from
140.
Ryan Branley in Group B last night. Those of you that were with us will totally understand what I'm saying.
93.
Those of you that weren't will say, what the hell is he on about?
I think what we've seen this week is a lot of players playing their B game but getting joy
61.
in terms of playing their B game. The only person who's really stood out from the pack is Boris Kirchmann, you can see, because he absolutely dominated that group in
79.
the end.
And we know that was 2 days ago, and he's had a couple of days off, maybe needing the rest.
98.
Will he be trailing? Will he be behind? We know, having been here all the time, he plays the opening game on Saturday night with the darts. And
140,
that's
Richard
quite
Brown,
a daunting
67.
fact for some. I've played it, and you've had a couple of days off, and then you come back in. Lots of people have you down as the favourite.
Getting shot on the match, Richard McKee.
Talking of favourites, McKee takes that one now. 4 legs to 0 over Howard, and he'll be happy that he's settled in. His main rival, Ollie King for the group, just won his game before. So they both sit top of the table together, and Richard McKee there, 88-4-1. A nice opening game for him, and he'll be pleased with that. We go into a short break, and we return with Devon Peterson taking on Dan Aspbury.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
required
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Richard McKee got the better of Ollie Howard by 4-0. Game number 3 is a meeting between Devon Peterson and Dan Aspbury. For Dan, he needs a big day today. In fact, both players need a big day today, particularly after wins for the top 2 in the first 2 games there to qualify through. For Devon, the reigning ADC Global Champion for Mitchell's Plain in South Africa. Winner in the previous series, looking to pack it up this time, up against the 32-year-old from Telford, Dan Aspbury. Twice a weekly finalist, but if he's going to make it 3 finals, he's going to have to get his skates on this Friday. He finds himself on 4 points, 6 behind the top 2, and with a legs difference as well that needs making up, he is going to need pretty much everything on this Friday to go his way if he's going to be playing one final day on the Saturday.
Game on.
It's Peterson to get us underway. And the first thing that I spot, and this could be coincidental, but I get the sense with someone like Devon, it's not.
100.
He's in a playing shirt that is just all about him. There's no dartball mass on there. There's no side projects on there. That is a Devon Peterson dart shirt, which tells me that Devon Peterson is focusing in on the challenge today.
Oh, you could be right. Or, because it's been 5 days, it might be the last shirt he had left.
140.
Thanks for bringing it back down to the ground, Scotty.
Well, you know me. I'll argue with the best of them. Just give me a...
77.
I was in the debating club at school, you know. And I used to be on the negative side of the debate every time.
Why don't that surprise me?
No, hedgehogs could live better with 2 legs. That type of debate.
100.
You know how I am.
To be honest, you'd be qualified to know what would be for the best of hedgehogs, I suppose.
Yeah, I've got a couple in my garden at the
99.
moment. I've
Devon
got
Howard, 61.
a big one and a little one. I don't know whether they're related, but they do sometimes pop round to the doorstep for a drink of water. It's been a
25.
bit dry, and I'm a bit soft out there. I put a bit of cat food out there for them. They do like a bit of cat food, hedgehog, this time of year.
The only problem with hedgehogs is that they're quite prickly characters.
95. Devon
They
Howard,
are indeed.
36.
But, you know, there is an invention called gloves, so you can pick them up and move them. Unless you've ever picked a hedgehog up, you cannot believe how prickly
43.
they are, particularly when they're curled up in a ball.
70.
I have myself, it's quite a strong fella, and, you know, have a good pain threshold, but I can't pick up a hedgehog. It really does dig into my
134,
hands, and
93.
yeah, you know about it.
Well, Peterson going for the bullseye first on 93. I'll head down for treble 17. Couldn't find it. And so Aspbury will have a look at double 18 to get the breaker throw in the opening leg of the
36.
contest.
Getting shown the
No
first
mistake.
leg, Dan Aspbury.
No, and we haven't seen enough of that from Aspbury. I think. What do you think,
Second leg
Henry?
down to
He's had
reverse.
success
Game
here. Do you
on.
think once you've come and had a bit of success here that you start to expect that all the time, and then when it starts to unravel a little, that maybe that's what's been is undoing
60.
this week? Maybe expectations have been a little higher and then when it starts to sort of slide south, it plays on your mind, doesn't it? Knowing what you've done here before.
60.
I can understand that. I'm just not sure Dan's that type of character. I get the sense that he treats everything the same. I don't think he gets too high when things are good, and I don't think he gets
60.
too despondent when things are of the negative sense. I think, in my opinion, the story of his week has been everything's been a little bit in and out. There's been glimpses of decent stuff, but it hasn't been as consistent as
100.
perhaps we've come to expect it from him in his previous appearances here, because he has been someone that's been well known for his reliability, his dependability, and it has just ran a little bit hot and cold as he piles in the game's first 180. Playing well here, averaging 96.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. When he does play like this, he looks very majestic, very capable,
140.
just all in full control. But I just wonder if he's like a, it's a swan in the water where the feet underneath are paddling like billy-o. But the top looks majestic, elegant. On the outside, you think nothing is going wrong.
$28. Danica,
I'm really intrigued to know what Devon's going to take from this week, because we know that he's been working on a lot of
62.
things over the course of the last 5 days or so. And I just wonder what he wants to put into practice, where he feels his game is at, because he's constantly working and striving towards something. And he's going to be back here next month for the international pairs. He's going to be representing the South African side as Aspbury looks at double 10 for 2-0. Gets the double 10, gets into a 2-0 lead, average of 91-2 from 2 on the doubles. But I just wonder where he feels his game's going to be at ahead of that competition next month. And we do know when he represents his country, there is an elevation in level from Dev.
Look, 23. There are for many players. I think if you asked anybody what people thought about me that see me regularly, they will probably say the minute that you put an England shirt on, you're a different player. You're a totally different player representing your country, because you're thinking of everything else and not letting anybody else down. You're not thinking prize money. You're not thinking anything.
45.
There's none of that generally on offer with some of it. So you kind of think this is something that we have to
57.
distinguish as players, and I much prefer being part of a team and trying to make sure that I'm not letting the team down. And I think Devon is really of similar
40.
ilk.
Yeah, we're going to find out the latest nation to be represented tomorrow evening.
58.
The Swiss pairing will be announced. That'll be a huge plus.
It's always good to have the Swiss in it. They bring the Toblerone.
85.
Have you ever been to the airport and got those massive, great big box of Toblerone? You know, they do the great big roll of it.
134.
No. I got my belly this size because I knew nothing about those things.
$75. Danica, 152.
It's just not a normal chocolate. It's the crunchy bits in there as well. It's lovely.
Yep, Toblerone and a little spray of some deodorant as you go through duty free. Never smelt so good in my life.
Totally agree.
83.
Talking of chocolate,
Danica,
I was watching the
92.
Lions tour the other day, and I noticed that the Australians were sponsored by Cadbury's, a very British company from Birmingham.
30. Danica, 150.
Definitely crunchy time in Australia tomorrow for the second test. Stayed there, Dev, for double 15 on the back of the 150. And so Aspbury to
62.
open up a 3-0 lead is looking at 62. It's going to get a solitary dart, and that solitary dart is at double 16.
30.
Cannot get it.
Danica,
Peterson
52.
back 52 to half the gap. Double 16. Now 2 8s.
44. Danica, 32.
Well, it's one of those occasions you didn't need our words to illustrate how a player was feeling.
Getting shot on the third
And
leg.
he'll be even more
Aspbury.
frustrated here as Aspbury opens up a 3-love lead in this
Fourth
game.
Canter through first. Game on.
I think that's as animated as I've ever seen, Devon.
139.
And also, Devon will be hoping to get his game together because he's got a
80.
He's got a global championship to defend in December.
Yeah, he has, and I suppose we are in July, but you kind of start your run in. Everybody thinks, oh, if you go and have a bit of a
59.
practice 2 or 3 weeks before and blah, blah, blah. No. You don't improve your game in that shorter time. It has to be more elongated. You have to have a good run up at it. It's got to be
58.
3 months, 2 to 3 months. You know, and I when you watch a boxer and he's going for a world championship bout, he don't start training 3 days before, does he? And I think
99.
darts is one of those that, although it's not physical, but to continue to train that hand-eye coordination and not let it go, you do have to have peaks and troughs within your practicing routine of
60.
of when you're looking for yourself to peak. And I think this is the biggest problem with the PDC now. There are so many tournaments that are on TV. There is very
63.
little downtime for the top players because they're all in them. And so we find that they're having to be peaking continually month in, month out. And I think this is what sometimes
99.
enforcing
Daniel Carr,
the fact that we
141.
are finding players in a purple patch for a certain amount of time. And then they can disappear for 4, 5, 6 months and then they come bouncing back. And I think that
56.
they're unable to time runs, even though they're probably breaking it down now to the bigger TV tournaments and not classing them as all the same. As you find with the
100.
match play
Daniel
now,
Carr,
it's
85.
one of the big ones. But we've got Aspbury here, looking at 85, and what will be a big 4-0 win for him.
67. Devon Carr, 104.
So Peterson looking at 104 to extend it. Well, that's leaving double 15. And he
Inch
gets
on
the
the
double
fourth leg, Devon
15. He finds
Peterson.
the 104. And we go back to 3-1. Well, it's interesting
Fifth
a
leg,
point
Devon
you
is in
make
first.
because
Game on.
I think the phrase calendar management or diary management is a phrase that's being put in the darting vocabulary more now than ever, and particularly the top players are getting the invites to the Premier Leagues and the World Series. And look, you're not turning down them invites. Whatever
60.
anybody says, you're playing in those excuse me, you're playing in those events if you possibly can. So that's why there's no surprise when you look at the list for, say, the Players' Championship
58.
next week in Hildesheim. 12 players are dropped out, and pretty much exclusively everybody who's playing in the World Series events isn't going to said events. Because you have to work out your die in a way where
57.
if you don't have to play in a Pro Tour because you qualify for something, or you don't have to play maybe in a Euro Tour because you qualify for something, you've got to work your calendar out to say, right, I need to prioritise this, and this,
58.
and maybe this one, go on the back burner a little bit, so you make sure when you're playing in the big stuff, you're not burning yourself out.
Yeah, I think it's very prominent in the PDC now, and you're seeing
83.
players drop out of the Pro Tours after weeks like these big ones, like the match play, where some of them have been sort of had a long week and mentally drained, and then to have to go back to a
100.
Pro Tour the week after. If you've had a good run at the match play, you don't want to go and lose that confidence by going back to the floor on a Pro Tour and somebody taking you out first round because you're
60.
tired. So there's an element of managing that and the expectation of yourself as well. Will we see the likes of Joe Cullen? Will we see the likes of Nathan Aspinall
28.
all attending the very next one because they went out early doors and they're trying to put it right? I think it does show the character of each individual player and when they're going and when they're not choosing to miss.
Well, you think
85.
about the likes of James Wade and Johnny Clayton, who won through to the semi-final of the match play. You're going from that arena where you've got 2,000 people and you're getting lauded because it's the second
59.
biggest event of the
Devon
year.
Carr,
I can imagine
156.
it's very difficult coming from that kind of environment to then going into an empty room where it's behind closed doors and no one can say a peep.
60.
There is a different, and also that a lot of the people in the room won't acknowledge what you've done. They try to ignore what you've done in case they've got to play you. So they don't want to put you on a pedestal and
96.
say, well
Devon
done
Carr,
for doing this,
96.
this and this or whatever. I was always one, if I saw somebody, like Andrew Gelding or whatever, have a good run at a tournament, I was quite happy to go,
64.
well done, mate,
Daniel
nice
Carr,
work. Give them a little
102.
fist pump when you're walking by. and encourage. But there's not a lot of that goes on in that Pro Tour room.
Well, that wasn't the double that he wanted, but that's the double he gets, the double 18. And for Dan Aspbury, that is a huge win, and that's a defeat that Devon Peterson knows probably spells the end of his charge, spells the end of his run this week. The reigning ADC Global Champion, that 102 seals the deal for Dan Aspbury. He wins by 4 legs to 1 against Devon Peterson. Richard McKee and Oliver King comes up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 games down on this Friday afternoon. We've seen wins for Ollie King, Richard McKee, and before the break, Dan Aspbury by 4 legs to 1 against Devon Peterson. Game 4 is a meeting between the top 2 players in the group as McKee and King go head-to-head. And they're having a little bit of a conflap about something. Not quite sure what, but they're having a little bit of a convo ahead of the beginning of this particular contest. The winner will move on to 12 points. The winner will move 6 clear of Messrs Peterson and Aspbury with just 6 more points left to play for in this group. It wouldn't be 100% qualification complete, but they would be pretty much there. The victor of this particular contest.
Yeah, you have to say if these two are table studiers out the back room, That result from Aspbury is sort of over Peterson has helped their cause nicely, I think, to try and stay in the top 2.
140.
This would help it even more. The winner of this will be far more comfortable in a far more comfortable position.
100.
And that was a strange kind of result, that last one, Devon and Aspbury. I suppose Aspbury was really in a position where he had nothing to lose, and Devon was 3-1 up over Aspbury over the week up until that game, so showed that there was a little bit of pressure on it for Dev, and now he's been cut adrift. It's going to be very difficult indeed
46.
as they run out of games today to bridge the gap.
Well,
44.
Oliver lost the first 2 legs of his game. Found himself 2-0 down in his match against Niels Heinsoe at the beginning of the session. Did rally off 4 on the spin to
140.
4-2. Was Richards, well, he was just cool, calm, composed. Really shut out Ollie Howard in that opening game. Average of 88.5. Couple of
58.
ton checkouts. 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing in that game.
81.
So I get the sense that this could be a little bit of a nervy, little bit of a scrappy contest. Just because both players know exactly what's
84.
at
Oliver
play
Carr,
here. And yes,
134.
Richard has made a finals night before here, but these are 2 players very much new to the televised arena,
78.
very much new to
Richard
this
Carr, 120.
kind of stage. King's in a position where he could be poised to break unless McKee can find tops for the 120.
He's on the first
Already,
leg, Richard McKee.
that is his 3rd ton-plus checkout in 5 legs
Second
that
leg,
he's
Oliver
won.
to third first. Game
And
on.
he stops Oliver King from getting the break opportunity, and he draws first blood in this match.
180.
The King responds with a 180 of his own.
80. 140.
Well, he went 5 deep into the 9 dart attempt. The 6th dart, well, it was accurate, but it was diverted off course as it
82.
careered into the middle of darts 1 and 2, but in a very good position to level up. 181 plays 339 and a 127 scoring visit, leaves himself on 54 after 9. Potential 11 dart break here for King to square this game up at 1-1.
140. Oliver Carr, 54.
Double top. Now double 10.
44.
Could be awkward. Coming back for double 5. Depends on how much pressure McKee can apply here. He's going to apply pressure. He's going to apply oodles of pressure.
Oliver Carr, 10.
And if he comes inside, that's why he's decided to split. Fancies himself with 2 darts in hand at double 4 as opposed to 3 at double 5.
Richard Carr, 60.
Moves on the inside, and all of a sudden, McKee could pinch his pocket and get a break. Tots for 2-0. Tops for 2-0. 14 darter. And Richard McKee finds himself 2-0 to the good. And finds himself in cruise control of this pivotal top of the table clash.
60.
However,
60.
Oliver did find himself 2-0 behind in his opening game against Niels Heinsoe. Running off 4 in a row to win 4-2, but you just get the sense that this is a
85.
different type of proposition altogether against Richard McKee.
97.
Just had a nice little message from our friend David
100.
Williams, another darting influencer. Morning, mate. Hope you're well.
180.
Do love the darting influencers. I do. It's there's lots to learn from darting influencers, even for the likes of us at the top of the game.
Oliver Carr, 164.
They research stuff that we don't have to go and then find out. We just watch them and they've told us exactly what it's all about. And I do get frustrated when darting influencers are seen like other advertising influencers, and some of them are not very nice people, are they? But darting influencers are so genuine.
56.
And yeah, David's
Oliver
another
Carr,
one of those who we've had
124.
here on the influencers in the live lounge. So yeah, nice. Thanks for your very kind comments, mate. And
Game shot on the
we'll
third leg.
keep
Oliver
trying
King.
to bring you the stuff as it happens. And nice 1, 2, 4 there
Fourth leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
for King, and he's done this already once today. Been 2-0 down and grabbed the ball by the horns a little bit
40.
and started to concentrate a little harder. And that was a nice 1, 2, 4 finish in a 15 dart leg
135.
and hold a throw. Oh no, break a throw. So now it's time to hold the throw to get this back to 2-2.
100.
But McKee will be doing all he can to throw with a bit of freedom here and keep King under pressure.
Well, King's trying to do exactly
96.
what he did in the opening game against Niels, looking to turn a 2-0 deficit back into his favour.
41. $60. $140. $140. $123. Richard Carr 70.
McKee looking at 70 for the break and a 3-1 lead. Now, having to chase the ball because of an errant first dart. And he's unable
45.
to
Oliver
make
Carr,
amends on the
57.
middle target on the board. And so King to square up at 2-2 from 2-0 behind, just like in game one. Finds
shot on the
double
fourth
top.
leg, Oliver King.
And all of a sudden, we have a best of 3 to see who is going to be in command
Fifth
of
leg,
this
Richard to
group.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was a bigger dart for me, that tops. That really was. That was one that couldn't go begging if he has any inhibitions and trying to make sure he stays at the
100.
top. And I was concerned when the first dart went more over the double 5, I've got to be honest, but recovered nicely. And it shows the state of mind he's in at the moment with the confidence of
60.
yesterday and everything. If you're not playing confidently, you don't go and do that. You allow the moment to get you rather than you own that big moment.
81.
I think if you talk to any player that's won any big tournament, any big open or whatever, that winning moment, you ask them if you remember anything
93.
about it, they'll probably say no because they've owned the moment and not that the moment owned them. If the moment owned them, they will be able to tell you everything about the moment.
140.
You feel like the next few minutes is about who can find that little bit of a burst, and possibly
100.
Richard McKee could well be that man. Finding that treble now with much more regularity.
140.
It's one of those things where McKee's gone, yeah, okay, you've got me back to 2-2, but I'm going to hold my own throw now and
54.
see where it goes.
Richard Carr, 40.
Because he knows how difficult it is at a position being 3-2 and King having the throw in this. It's a tough
Game shot on
thing
the
to
fifth
do,
leg,
hold your
Richard
own
McKee.
throw in leg number 6 in a best of 7. Because you
Six
know
leg
it's
Oliver
now
to
or
the
never.
first,
You
game
know
on.
if you don't hold now, the game is over. So there's more pressure on you to hold your throw in this leg 6 than usually any other leg.
140.
But looking at King there, you wouldn't think it. That's because he's in the zone, and that's because he's believing in the system and believing in the way that he's playing. It's confidence.
95.
And now McKee will throw with some freedom and do everything he can to undermine King's confidence on throw. Fascinating little game, this.
27.
We did highlight it and spot it at the start of the day. Game 4 was going to be crucial in which way the win went. And we feel the momentum
100.
to win the leg will go with the winner of this game.
$85. $44.
So King here, 6 darts on 249 to take us all the way to a last leg decide. Actually, meaning in the first 4 games, we'd have all 4 results you could possibly have. A 4-2 in game 1, 4-0 in game 2, and a 4-1 in game 3.
$98. Oliver Carr, 156.
So 156 to take us all the way.
$42. Richard Carr, 164.
It's a poor visit that opens the door for McKee, doesn't it? That isn't a good dart. It's a blocker. He's going to try and fabricate
94.
a dart over the
Oliver
top.
Carr,
Didn't.
114.
Very sensible. Going for the open target on the 18. I like that board management.
$81 remaining. To treble 15 to leave himself double 18.
Richard Carr, 70.
But he's even going to get a look at it because McKee is back for the match and he's got 2 darts at double top. He's been good on this target today. And he finds it there. You can hear from the roar come on that he knows that he's done himself a big favour there, Richie McKee. He moves on to 12 points. He's 6 points clear of Peterson and Aspbury, with, for him, 6 points left to play for. He's not mathematically there, but he's almost there. Best performance of the day, average of 90, 4 from 7 on the doubles, a 120 checkout. Coming up next, Heinsoe against Aspbury. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richard McKee got the better of Oliver King by 4 legs to 2. Game 5, a meeting between Niels Heinsoe and Dan Aspbury. Dan finds himself 4 points off of a qualifying spot. He can reduce that gap in half if he can get the better of Niels here, but you also get the sense that not just does he have to beat Niels, he has to beat Niels by a bit of a scoreline, because he does have a bit of a gap to make up when it comes to the legs difference in this particular group. As for Niels, I think from here on in, he's just going to try and enjoy every single second he is on that hallowed turf, the hallowed live lounge stage. For him, an opportunity that he wanted to embrace from the very first day. Well, he embraced it before he even got here, because he took a 17-hour drive, wanted to take the scenic route to get to the live lounge. 17 hours he drove from Denmark to Portsmouth to get here.
58.
Drove through Germany, drove through France, I believe, then came back off the ferry in Dover, and then drove his way down to the south coast from there as he piles in the game's first max.
Yeah, drove along the coast road as well to get here at Portsmouth. Didn't take the very unscenic motorway from Dover. Drove around the coast.
45.
It will feel an even longer drive home after this week. I feel he'll have a lot of time to think what's happened to him this week on his way home.
90.
Just think about the amount of podcasts you'd be able to listen to on that drive back home.
Being the age we are, podcasts aren't the first thing that spring to mind to listen to on the way home, you youngster, you.
140.
Considering that you like listening to the radio, you'd have a lot of static on the way back, wouldn't you? Tots are Heinsoe, 13th starter for the opening leg. Really good leg for the Dane.
There would also be lots of
second leg down to through first. Game
switching of stations from place to place as you go on your way home if you listen to the radio.
You'd have to have a very long music playlist, wouldn't you? I mean, mine, you'd probably, in 17 hours, I'd probably be able to get through 4 times.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I just see Niels as being a bit more of a Rammstein listener than a S Club 7.
43.
What would be in your car playlist on that journey back if you had to drive 17 hours? What would be the kind of thing that would keep 95. You going for a long drive?
Hits of the 80s. Oh, was that too quick?
That really was quick. So I'd have to have different bits for different parts of the journey just to get me into like different kind of moods.
94.
A bit of like the smoother stuff, like for the nighttime drive, you know, like the old chill out stuff. And then maybe during the day we have a little
46.
bit more of the old upbeat type thing.
Yeah, you should have seen me in the late 80s, early 90s. I had hair like all sorts. Hair like Jason
98.
Donovan. Hair like Meatloaf. Hair like Kylie Minogue sometimes. Right? But yeah, there you go. It was a good time for hair in the 80s.
60.
Well, I see the mullets kind of coming back into fashion. Our social media guru Jake is certainly trying to bring the mullet back into fashion.
Yeah, big
97.
Australian
Neil
influence
Sakar,
on the mullet, isn't there?
160.
Yeah, Mason Whitlock here playing tonight. Don't forget to join us for Group B from 10 o'clock to see the climax of that and who
98.
finds
Danica,
their way
113.
through to our Saturday night finals tomorrow night. But yeah, Mason's sporting a bit of a mullet at the minute as well. Plus a funny little
53.
mousy tash.
Neil Sakar, 62.
So double top.
Game show on the second
2-0
leg,
to Niels Heinsoe. And has to be said, Niels has had Dan's number this week.
Filling Niels to throw first. Game
So,
on.
in your opinion, then, is this why Niels is by far and away playing his best game of the week so far and averaging his best of the week so far? Because he knows that he has the better of Dan over the week. And there we go, another 180.
180.
I'll tell you what, this is by far the best we see from Niels. 2 legs in, averaging 104.
This is the guy I met
58.
all those years ago on the BDO circuit playing like this. This is what I was expecting to see.
Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on.
125.
If he'd have managed to convert that 9-darter, that would have been one of the most unlikely 9-darters we would ever have seen here at the Live Lounge.
Probably as unlikely as Mason Whitlock's one. Which came from absolutely nowhere, and then almost hit a second one later on in the night.
29. $140. Niels Garwood, 167.
So 167 for Heinsoe. Not to be this time.
25. Danica,
I think that
123.
sums up what Niels' week has been like.
$51. Niels Sakar, 142.
1 minute we think he's going to be hitting a 9-darter. The next minute we're all looking for the spanners because the wheels are falling off.
$52.
So Aspbury
Danica,
here looking at
72
to go back to 2-1. Remember, Heinsoe had a 2-0 lead in his first game against Oliver King, which very quickly evaporated. Does not want that history to repeat itself here.
32. Niels
May
Sakar,
just be a
90.
dart at the bull, but he does have a chance to open up a 3-0 lead here.
So double 15 it is then for 3-0. Not for the first time this week he's stepped a toe in.
60.
And this
Danica,
time
40.
that cost him the momentum.
It's double 10
30.
inside, and so
Sakar,
Heinsoe
30.
returns looking at double 50 to open up a 3-0 lead in this game.
Game show on the
Eventually
third
finds it.
leg. Niels Heinsoe.
Yeah, he was frightened to go inside, wasn't he?
Perfect down
With the
to third
first two, he was
Game
really
on.
frightened to give it a good go. And then with the last dart, he gave it a good go. He's finding something. He's finding the funny side of something there to himself. I'm not sure what I see it as maybe the fact that he's 3-0 up, maybe the fact that he's thinking, start doing this on the last day, you silly fool. Why are you doing it this way round? We wanted this on the first day.
100.
Well, there is a saying, better late than never.
Although I have heard people around you say, Henry, better late. Well, better never than late. Got that the right way round eventually.
125.
I think I am dyslexic, even though I diagnosed it myself.
Well, Aspbury here.
95.
I just feel like he'll come out this week just thinking, what if? Because he has had opportunities this week to get himself in amongst the mix, but it's just not happened. It's just been one of those weeks that's just not happened.
45.
Yeah, and like I said in the last game that we were watching him, I think some of it's expectation. You know, you when you play here and you have a really good week and you don't quite, you know, win the finals night or whatever, but you get to finals night, Felix, you then kind of overlook the week getting to finals night and you start
45.
to pitch your finals night.
118.
Well, that's a dangerous game to be playing because the clientele that we have here are players. They can play.
58.
They've won stuff elsewhere. They may not be doing it in a certain moment, but they're quite happy to be the spoiler to stop you doing it because we've all felt and know how that feels. And so I feel for Dan, I really do. Because I think
131, Danukar 60.
if he looks back at this week when he comes again, I think that he'll do things slightly differently.
Well, Tots to get a leg on the board. If not, Heinsoe's back for 4-0.
20.
And he is going to get a look at 4-0. He's going to get a look at 55 to wrap this match up and to get his second win. And his second win against Dan Aspbury in this group. He seemingly had his number all week long, but straight into the single one.
23. Danukar 40.
I think that's slightly overexcited.
Realised the moment, but that was a very nervy dart. Pulled that well low. And now chasing fives.
35.
And pulls that low as well.
32.
And so Heinsoe is back for 32 to complete a 4-0 victory. Now looking at double eight. One left. Can't
16.
get.
Danukar 5. One. Nilsukar 16.
So Heinsoe to eventually win this game. To complete a 4-0 win. Looks at double eight. Well, he's edging closer, but not quite close enough.
Aspbury was nodding his head there like the Churchill dog in the back of a Ford Fiesta in 1995. He thought it was going in.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Dan Aspbury.
Well, Aspbury eventually finds a double two and level at 1-1. Sorry, back to 3-1 we go. I don't know where I was. It's been a long week, Scotty, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has.
$66. $140. $45. $58. $45.
We haven't mentioned our referee yet today, Paul Hinks. Does a fabulous job.
95.
Just absolutely loves the game, doesn't he? Continues to ref anywhere and any time he can. You'll see him at exhibitions locally to you and still helping out some of the top
85.
players, doing some gigs and evenings. Just absolutely loves the game.
He was telling me earlier that he's already taken bookings, or has taken
One of
bookings
them,
for
40.
literally into like July and August in 2026. One of the busiest men on the circuit.
Yeah, I think, we remember when he was
15.
obviously in
Daniel
the
Carr,
PDC, one of the
68.
most iconic 180 calls. Probably Russ Bray, the only other one that has a 180 call more iconic than Paul
Being
Hinks.
shown the 5th leg, Dan Aspbury.
And Aspbury now, a nice little 68 shot out here, is on his way back.
6th
Now,
leg, Dan to
we
3
saw a
first.
few of these
Game
from
on.
him at the start of the week. He lost a couple on Monday when he was 3-1 up. And then on Tuesday, he got a couple of back there when he was 3-1 down. And are we going to see him here being 3-0 down and start clawing his way back in? Because Heinsoe, we were talking about him being
47.
running around 100 average after leg 2 and the middle of leg 3, and now he's dropped right back down to a mid-70s. So is it
96.
Aspbury actually up in his game, or is it the fact that Heinsoe is dropping off? And when you're a player, you have to try and recognise the difference between the two.
Well, they're
45.
both very much meeting in the middle now, and it does feel like, to all intents and purposes, we're going to head all the way. Just when Heinsoe had all them darts, didn't he, a few moments ago, to win this
100.
game by 4 legs to 0.
$85. $42. $45. $42.
Well, Aspbury leaves himself on a bogey. Not intentionally, but I tell you what, we're seeing a little bit more frustration from him at the back of the stage than I think we've ever seen from Dan.
60. $130. $59. Daniel Carr, 32.
So this to take us all the way to a last
Getting
leg
shown the 6th
decider.
leg, Dan Aspbury.
No problem on the double 16, and we head all the way.
7th final leg, Niels to throw first. Game
8
on.
or 10 minutes ago, this just didn't look likely, did it? Aspbury was there, missing dart after dart to go 2-1. And now all of a sudden, we're back to
100.
3-3.
$60. $13. $140. 85. $140.
Well, Aspbury looking to turn a 3-0 deficit into a 4-3 win, and he's first to a finish in this
85.
deciding leg
Down
after
to
9 darts.
161.
And he's got all the time he wants to wrap it up.
$51.
Just when we thought the wheels had fallen right off,
140. Down to
back comes
110.
Heinsoe. So pressure applied to this 110 of Aspbury.
He's going to get a dart providing he stays straight. And that dart is going to be a double 18 to complete a comeback win. Dan Aspbury was 3-0 behind. He had match darts against him to lose it 4-zip. And then wins 4 on the spin. For Niels Heinsoe, that will be a damaging defeat. Those are stats. Coming up after the break, it's Ollie Howard against Devin Peterson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game number 6 of the day is a meeting between Ollie Howard and Devon Peterson. For both players, their chances of qualifying are fairly similar. Devon will win here. Remove himself on 8 points, a couple behind Oliver King, who lost his previous game to Richard McKee. But you get the sense the African Warrior, having lost his first game of the day,
First leg, Ollie to through first.
has got it
Game
all
on.
to do. Before the breakdown, Aspbury moved himself onto 8 points with a 4-3 win over Niels Heinsoe. Coming back from 3-0 behind to win that particular
125.
contest. For Ollie, I just get the sense the rest of the day will be about embracing the experience, just trying to get used to
82.
the lights and the cameras and this kind of setup and this kind of environment, and kind of using it as a tool to perhaps inspire him to
140.
possibly go again and come again, maybe in a subsequent series in the future.
$85.
Like you say, for Ollie Howard, this is
100.
kind of the starting of his own kind of darts career. This is about him
60. Ollie Car 136.
and where he takes it. And I was very interested to hear that he's going to be changing counties and trying to better himself on
120.
that front and play better players in the higher leagues. And that's a sign of a guy that wants to improve his game and take it to wherever he can take it. I mean,
100. Ollie Car 16.
probably you'll find that that's the idea of most dart players. Great
Game
stuff
shown the first
Good
leg.
last
Ollie
start
Howard.
from Ollie Howard as he takes the first
Second
leg and
Devon
hold
to
a
through
throw. And
first. Game on.
I think that generally should be the goal of any dart player, is like, take it as far as you can take it. Don't try to be Phil Taylor, MVG, Luke Littler.
61.
Try and be you. Go and take it as far as you can take it to be the best version of you. And when you get to the best version of you, it will pan out to what position you
100.
are in the darting world. Whether that's a top county player, a top challenge tour player, a top dev tour player,
58.
or one that's there and thereabouts and maybe mid-table. But as long as you're happy that you're putting in the effort
60.
to get you the chance to get the best you don't ever want to walk away from the game when you're done at the end and go, do you know what, I didn't give that my best chance. And look back
85.
5 years' time and go, oh, maybe if I'd have done a little bit more practice at this period of time or a little bit more. You don't want that as a dart player. You can't live with
92.
regrets. Darts is here in the moment and now. And if you're feeling it now, put the hours in. Do it. Because in 5 years' time or 3 years' time, you'll look
100.
back and maybe not be playing as well and go, you know what, I should have done that. And maybe I'd have got an extra couple of % out of me. Because when you're at the
59.
top, the percentages between players and standards is minimalistic. They're moments. That's what they are. Not percentages.
100.
So then, Peterson leads himself on 97 to level up at 1 apiece. What pressure can Howard apply?
41. Devon Car 97.
Not too much. So 97 here for Peterson to square this game up at 1 apiece.
39. Ollie Car 149. 60. Devon Car 58.
So Peterson here looking at 58. Double top.
$18. Ollie Car 89.
Excuse me. Well, this is for 2-0. May just be a dart at the ball, but an opportunity here to really take the ascendancy in this game. The bullseye is
64.
not far away.
Devon Car 40.
Oh, right. Right pitch, just wrong
Game shown the
line.
second leg, Devon Peterson.
And you feel that Dev needed that badly.
Third leg, Ollie to throw first. Game on.
Very generous to offer up an opportunity.
58.
Which ultimately he knows if he keeps doing that, he will get bitten on the backside.
135.
Do you know what the decal on the bottom of Ollie Howard's shirt reminds me of?
100.
Go on.
I'm trying to work it out. Give me a chance. Don't ask me a question, then tell me the answer. No, I've got no idea. You tell
55.
me.
Don't that remind you of a can of Lynx Africa?
59.
Oh, yeah. The smell of the middle-aged man at Christmas.
You don't ever
100.
need to buy deodorant when somebody buys you it all on Christmas Day.
40. $100.
I tell you what, Scott Mitchell in his bag has actually got a can of said deodorant,
60.
and
Devon
it doesn't
Carr,
actually look too
111.
far off. It smells nice as well, actually.
Leave it alone. It's mine.
Well, the only
51.
problem that Peterson's had is he's been the one that's been spraying it over the board in this game.
41. Devon Carr, 60.
60 for Peterson to open up a 2-1 lead. Double top. Now double 10.
Game shot on the
Double
third
10
leg.
it
Devon
is.
Peterson.
It's 2-1 to Devon. It really does look like a can of Lynx Africa.
Fourth leg, Devon to through first. Game on.
It's so alike. I'll give you your deodorant back, Scott.
I didn't realise that it was going out. Otherwise, I'd have bought another 400 cans of it so that I could last.
60. $85.
I get the sense that another dart player is going to hate me come the end of today. I think Ollie might be joining
100.
a long list of players that might have a little bit of an annoyance with something that I've said.
That's only 94.9%
100.
people that have been in this room and playing a dart.
Only 95%. Thought it'd be more than that.
And that's what half the gallery included in that as well, that don't even play darts.
Oh no, that's all the gallery. That's all
100.
the gallery. Trust me, our director Simon, who's very, very good. If he had the option of putting us on
134.
mute, I'm sure he would. He's just confirmed that in my ear.
I think he likes me. It's just you he doesn't like, I think.
100.
Going down to one-man comms. I can feel it coming.
I'm going to take away all the nice things I said about him a moment ago.
25. Devon Carr, 141.
Anyway, Peterson 1-4-1 to open up a two-leg gap in this game. Double 12.
117. Oliver Carr, 157. $95. Devon Carr, 24.
I'll just double checking with our ref what he had left.
$12. Oliver Carr, 62.
So 62 for Howard to square this game up at 2-2. Double 16.
46.
Moves on the
Devon Carr,
inside. And
12.
I get the sense Ollie may feel like opportunity has been missed because it's been presented to him in this game. 1 from 6 on his doubles. And Peterson punishes. He
Game
moves
shot on the
3-1 up.
fourth leg, Devon
But
Peterson.
the scoreline could so easily be the other way
Fifth leg,
round
Ollie
in
to
this
through
game.
first. Game on.
Yeah, it's one of those situations as you go sort of up the ladder with the game, and Ollie will work that out.
140.
you've got to stay with these players, and the more opportunity you give them, the more chance they're going to have of beating you. So you've got to try and limit the opportunity,
100.
stay close. Yeah, it might be, 3 or 5 darts or whatever. You can't start letting players like Dev have 9 darts because they won't miss even when
60.
they're playing terribly after 9 darts.
Well, this is where you do learn the difference in levels between some of the stuff he has been plying his trade in and to when you get to this kind of level of
45.
the game. And this... Yeah, with a sport where you are playing against the best players without a tour card.
100.
Well, he's currently playing against the ADC Global Champion.
$140.
Not 100% sure why Dev didn't throw that then.
134. $100. Hollywood car,
Well,
67.
potential 14 darter here. Not just
Being shown the
potential
fifth
14
leg, Ollie
darter, that
Howard.
is a 14 darter. And this game comes back to 3-2, and Peterson with
6
the
leg,
darts
73
to
first. Game
see
on.
this contest out.
$100. $96. $81. $60. $140.
Peterson closing in.
83.
It would move him on to 8 points. It would keep him interested. But still, a lot of things and a lot of factors would have to go right for the remainder of the day, particularly the
85.
legs difference.
$82. Devon car, 95.
Treble 18 incoming then. 68, couple of options. Looks like he's staying on
47.
for the treble 20.
$60. Devon car, 48.
So 48 for Peterson to round off a 4-2 win. Double 16
Game shown
is
the match,
there.
Devon Peterson.
And Devon Peterson just about keeps himself back in contention. He beats Ollie Howard by 4 legs to 2 and is focusing in on Oliver King in second position in the table. It's the man at the top that we'll be watching next. Richard McKee takes on Dan Aspbury. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 6 games down on this Friday afternoon. This is what we've watched so far. Before the break, we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Ollie Howard by 4 legs to 2. We've seen 2 wins out of 2 for Richard McKee. He dominates at the top of the table. Oliver King winning his first but losing his second. This is how the table looks then as we head into the third round of the day. Richard McKee top of the table with 12 points. Oliver King in second position on 10. Devon Peterson and Dan Aspbury both on 8 respectively, and it's a long way back to Niels Heinsoe and Ollie Howard. Game number 7 is a meeting between Dan Aspbury and Richard McKee. Richard wins this one, then he is oh so close to qualification. He could almost touch Saturday night once again here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 12 points to his name, 14 points would put him in a position where he'd be on the hill. That's the maximum that the third and fourth place players can get. And actually, Dan Aspbury would be out of his sight if he was to win this particular game. But if Dan Aspbury wins this match, it all of a sudden gets very interesting. McKee would still be in control on 12 points, but King would be on 10, level with Aspbury. And if Ollie Howard beats Oliver King in the next one, you could see King, Peterson and Aspbury all on 10 points in the group going into the final couple of rounds worth of play. So it could all get very dramatic very quickly, or it could be all over very quickly. But we don't know which side of the coin we're going to find ourselves on, Scott Mitchell.
No, we don't. But I got a funny feeling that
41.
Ollie King will be, having played McKee in his last game in Game 4, would now be a McKee fan.
100.
Because if McKee turns over Aspbury here, he would be doing Oliver King a favour in helping
59.
Gap between second and third in the table.
59.
To Ollie King's advantage.
$100. $96. $131.
Well, McKee first to finish, leaving himself on the
170.
big fish to win the opening leg. Not to be, and so Aspbury looking at 105 to get the first chalk
94.
on the board in
Danakar,
this game.
105.
Double 16. Would have been for his
89.
third
Richard
ton plus check. He's
McGuire,
actually
76.
won his first 2 games by hitting ton plus checks. 102 in game 1, the 110 in game 2. May not win this leg altogether.
60.
McKee misses a couple of
16.
double 8s.
Yeah, tried to use the existing dart, didn't he, there? Didn't work for him. Double 4 then
Getting shot the first leg.
for
Dan
Aspbury, and he
Aspbury.
takes a 1-0 lead. It's a good older throw. Although he did
Second leg,
offer
Richard is the
opportunity
first.
to
Game on.
McKee. He won't want to do that too often in this game if he's expecting to take the win.
140.
If he misses out by a couple of points today, Dan Aspbury, he will definitely look back at yesterday. And there was games where there was opportunities to be had, particularly the Niels Heinsoe one. And he'll think, that was probably the difference maker between me getting through and not getting through.
140.
Yeah, I think that's a more than fair assumption on the situation, Henry. That's exactly what he would be feeling.
140.
It looks like Aspbury's got a bit of confidence from that 3-0 come back in his previous match against Niels Heinsoe.
100.
Funny how quickly confidence can be rejuvenated.
Yeah, Niels Heinsoe, I think, is the only player in this building that could lead 4-0 and still
100.
lose.
Richard Carr, 121.
Somehow.
$81. Daniel Carr, 121.
So the Harrison for 2-0. Bullseye.
74.
Drops low, and so
Richard Carr,
McKee,
40.
leaving tops after 12. He's going to get a look at it to level up. Double 10.
Game shot on the
And
second
we are
leg. Richard
all
McKee.
square. 1-1.
Third leg down to through first. Game on. $180.
Aspbury piling in the game's first 180.
140.
Wonder if he's going to follow up. I wonder. No more.
99. $94. $100.
So Aspbury looking at 1-2-2 to go 2-1-2 the
Daniel
good,
Carr,
and he's going to get
122.
6 starts from here to establish the lead.
$62. $140. Daniel Carr, 60.
So for 2-1, Aspbury looks at double top. Now double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
gets a
third leg
double
down
10
Aspbury.
and moves 2-1 to the good. All going with throws so
Fourth leg,
far
Richard to throw
in
first.
this
Game on.
game.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm wondering whether Aspbury's come into today thinking, well, I can be the spoiler here.
134.
And he's enjoying having the spoiler role.
Quite possibly. It does look like he's rather refreshed
140.
this morning. Little bit like you with your new hairdo, Scott.
Well, at least I can have my haircut monthly, I suppose.
100.
But yes, thank you for noticing. Yeah, I shot along to the local barber. I thought they were really ace.
Hey, we share the same
56.
barber, Mr. Mitchell. And you can tell they're good because they make sure that I have some left when I get mine cut.
85.
Yeah, they did say in there this morning some haircuts were easier than others. Must have been referring to that.
Well, you look very, very good this morning, Scott.
58.
Thank you. I feel refreshed. I feel like a new man.
Hot towel, the whole lot.
Whole lot, mate. Whole lot.
28.
No wax up the nose, though. No.
No? That's the best bit.
No, I need that to keep the dust and grime out on the farm. I can't be removing all those.
140. Richard
My
Carr,
own
154.
filter.
154 for McKee. Not to be. And so Aspbury looking at 107 to
44.
get the break
Daniel
and
Carr,
throw and move 3-1 in
107.
front. 220 tops. Tops for Tom Plush checkout number 3 of the day.
Game shot on the fourth leg
And
down
that
Aspbury.
puts in 3-1 to the good. And this
Fifth leg down
just
to through first. Game on.
keeps Richard McKee on high alert here.
Not panic stations. I
87.
agree with that. High alert, possibly. Do you think this is one that he's
93.
come into saying, well, I'm looking at the table, it doesn't really, if I don't get this one, is there an issue? I don't know. Once you start thinking like that, that's a negative
39.
thought, isn't it?
I'm not sure Rich is one of those players that'll be thinking that way. I think he would be thinking, I just get this done. Get this done, not worry about anything else.
140. $58. $140.
140 leads McKee first to finish against the throw. Aspbury needs a max to do something similar, not to be, and so Richard has got time and
66.
space
Richard Car, 128.
to bring it back to 3-2, and then he'd have the darts in the next to take us all the way. That's how quickly this contest could potentially change. He got hit by 107 in the previous leg. He almost hit
118.
back with 128.
$81. Richard Car, 10.
So double 5. Two twos.
Game shot on the
Back
fifth
to
leg.
3-2
Richard
we
McKee.
go.
Six
Yeah,
leg.
nicely
Richard
done.
to
That had a
first. Game on.
bit of potential to get out of hand there, didn't it?
$93. $56. $100. $45. $140.
Well, 140 leads McKee on 168, but it's kind of irrelevant because Aspbury is so far back.
100.
Aspbury, do you think, having deja vu moments from getting pegged back from 3-1 a couple of times this week?
100. Richard Car, 46.
Double 10,
36.
but he has got plenty of time to take us to a deciding leg in this contest.
60. Richard Car, 10.
Double 5 for 3-3.
Getting shot on the sixth leg.
In it
Richard
goes,
McKee.
and all the way we go. 3-3.
So the final Alexander through first. Game on. $43.
It comes down to a one-leg shootout, and what an important leg it could be.
$100.
Could affect the table massively, depending on which way it goes.
$100. $95. 56. 54. 58.
Well, McKee has overturned the throw in this last leg. And may well be making his move.
140.
A move which might be the significant one in terms of this group and in terms of his progression through to tomorrow night's final.
60. Richie Ducal,
And he's
112.
got plenty of time from 112, and I think that look from Dan Aspbury was almost a look of resignation. I think he feels that perhaps his week is about to draw to a close here.
100.
Had to win this game to have any kind of realistic chance at 3-1 to the good, and he's seen that lead whittle away. McKee will come back for double six for
58.
a 4-3 win.
12.
It's not mathematical that he makes it through, but he'd be pretty much there if he can find double three.
6. Daniel Carr, 126.
Is there another plot twist?
There's no time like the present, they say. It's making sure you stayed straight with that first one. It had to be. And that makes it even worse. And a big thumbs up from Aspbury there. Sarcastic thumbs up, I will say.
79. Richie Ducal, 6.
So McKee back for double three.
Gets
Gets the double three, and I think he knows how pivotal the 2 points they are, because now he can almost reach out and touch Saturday night. He had to do it the hard way, he had to do it from 3-1 down, but he gets the better of Dan Aspbury, and he is almost into Saturday night. Coming up next, Oliver King up against Oliver Howard. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Petersen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Petersen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're at the midway point of the day, and before the break, Richard McKee virtually secured his qualification through to Saturday night's final with a 4-3 win against Dan Aspbury. Next up, it is Oliver King up against Ollie Howard in game 8 of 15 that we've got for you on this Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Oliver, this is all of a sudden become an important game.
Game on.
Loses this one, he suddenly sees Devon Peterson appear in the rear view mirror. But unlike what you see in the car mirrors, the objects will be closer than they perhaps appear.
$135.
For Ollie Howard, he will feel like he may have passed one by in that
59.
game against Devon Peterson. He had chance, had opportunities, had a decent 14 darter in that match, but
59.
allowed Devon too many openings, and the reigning ADC Global Champion was able to take
100.
advantage of those chances when they presented itself in the end.
78. $57. $50. Oliver Carr, 160.
So 160 for King. Not to be on this occasion, but he has got 6 darts from here to
60.
take out the opening leg of this contest.
139. Oliver Carr, 100.
So ton for Oliver King. Got a beautiful guy for the treble, but persevered with tops, and he gets the first of them.
80.
He almost got the
Oliver
second
Carr,
of them.
40.
But because he couldn't complete, Howard has a chance to break. If he can find the target his opponent's just missed. That was a lot cleaner. There's glimpses, there's definitely glimpses of Ollie Howard. And I think maybe the one thing he'll look at when he comes away from this experience perhaps is just finding that little bit more consistency.
60.
Because if he can, there is certainly a player there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as we say,
60.
it's just got to keep developing and keep developing. When you talk to him, he's not been playing lots
100.
and lots and for a long, long time. So you've now got to do the donkey work and
140.
put that in so that you can reap the rewards when the time comes
123.
and all the stars align.
$60.
Now, Oliver King will be hoping he's going to be winner, chicken dinner come the end of the day's play today, and hoping to make his way through to finals night on his debut here at the Super Series.
140. Oliver Carr, 84.
140 there for King. Howard back for 84 though for 2-0. Finding a real burst here. Ball.
59. Oliver
the
Carr,
ball hitter.
101.
But he's no ball hitter. Double 14.
Game shown the second
And
leg.
it is
Oliver
there.
King. Third leg, Ollie first to throw
Just caught
first.
Paul
Game
Higgs
on.
by surprise for a second, but that 101 draws this game back level when Howard had a chance for 2-0.
60.
Yeah, a route that I've never really contemplated or crossed my mind.
Don't forget, Room 101, that was Route 101.
Strange Route
45.
101 as well. It was like the sat-nav was broken. You just had to take a diversion.
Not the only Route 101
85.
that we've seen in the world of sport today.
$100.
But it is fair to say that Oliver King has been a breath of fresh air to the Super Series over the course of
83.
the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's like a little tic-tac, isn't he?
140. $140.
Well,
Oliver
he'll
Car,
be hoping that
156.
Saturday night is not the only memento that he gets from this week's efforts as he looks at 156. Can't be done now. Howard
100.
looking at
Oliver Car,
97 for the
97.
break. Third consecutive break in this game. Tops, 14 data potentially incoming here.
$77. Oliver Car, 56.
That is a touch unlucky. That was a nicely thrown dart, but just didn't find its desired location.
24.
King
Oliver Car, 20.
fluffed his lines there a little, didn't he?
Getting shot on the third leg.
Double
Ollie
five
Howard.
goes, and that, the third consecutive break at the beginning of this game.
Fourth leg, Ollie to throw first.
I know I
Game
might
on.
be being stupid here, but because of the region of the country that King lives, have we actually asked, is he
140.
related to the King, as in Mervyn? Because he's in the same neck of the woods, isn't he?
60.
He was born in Norfolk. I don't know where specifically in Norfolk, but seems to be a Norfolk-like name. I'll tell you now, this is what we thought we might see from Ollie Howard here. He's averaging just under a ton.
He's
57.
obviously aware that King is under a certain amount of pressure anyway to allow him to throw with some freedom.
81.
And I don't mean to offend any of the other ball hitters, but Ollie's kind of the one we know as the player, isn't he? No disrespect, lads. I honestly, I mean no bad by that. But
48.
and am I bad for mentioning it? I'm not sure. But Ollie's the one we look at and think, yeah, you're the dart player, mate.
45. Oliver
Must
Car,
do
52.
better. This has been better. It's double top. He's been leaving these types of combos after a dozen
12.
darts in a fair few legs in this game, and he is just outpowering Oliver King so far.
He's going around the hockey a little quicker as well,
139.
isn't he?
Oliver Car, 40.
And he speeded the pace of the game up. Are we at his normal pace now, whereas he's been at like a
20. Oliver Car,
TV
60.
pace that he feels that he should be playing at because he's here at the Live Lounge? Who knows? He's offered an opportunity here to King,
40.
and he's given it
Oliver
up.
Car, 20.
You have to say now or never, Ollie.
Getting shot on the
Now
fourth
it
leg.
was,
Ollie
and-
Howard.
Because he's up that pace a little bit, he's throwing that little bit harder, isn't he? And
Fifth leg,
the
Oliver to
hand
throw
speed's a
first.
little bit
Game on.
quicker, and he's finding a little more success.
140.
I'm sure his fellow compadres will be assessing this performance and
81.
the changes within his game.
Just having a look down the draw sheet. Devon Peterson v Oliver King in the final round of fixtures. That
91.
could potentially mean something now.
I did have a look at that at the start of the day and before we went on air, and as we do as
140.
pundits, we try to look ahead to see if we can spot any potential banana skins, any potential games that
100.
are going to swing the group in any way. And it is one that I looked at,
100.
but probably
Oliver Carr,
more
170.
because of how King was playing yesterday. I couldn't see it being in that position today.
134.
That it being a big game. I thought by then maybe Oliver would have the job done.
60. Oliver Carr, 36.
Well, double 18 left after 12. Much improved leg on throw from Oliver King. The only problem is he's going to have to find a break at some point.
18.
Well, it could
Oliver
be all
Carr,
over.
120.
It could be all over here. Howard looking at 120. And he's going to get a dart providing he stays straight. Double top for 4-1 win. Awkward has to move across.
85.
And too far
Oliver Carr,
across.
18.
Did the moment grab him there? Both playing the county darts for Norfolk. Is it a bit of bragging rights?
16. Oliver Carr, 35.
Are we going to look back at that moment come the end of the day? Are we going to look back at this game come the end of the day?
on the match,
Because Ollie
Howard.
Howard has beaten his county teammate by 4 legs to 1, and that could be a bitter blow to Oliver King's chances of making it through. You can see on the look on his face that he knows how pivotal a defeat that could be come the end game. 4-1, Ollie Howard wins that match. Coming up after the break, Devon Peterson takes on Niels Heinsoe.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
He
job
gets it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ollie Howard beat Oliver King by 4-1, which means that this game for Devon Peterson is huge. He wins this one against Niels Heinsoe, and he wins this one big. He's banging play for qualification. He then take on Richard McKee and Oliver King in the final 2 matches to see whether he could strike a chord in the Saturday night field here at the Live Lounge in Porto. He takes on Niels Heinsoe, who has squandered leads of 2-0 and 3-0 today. And he's hoping to get what will be only his 2nd win of the group. His solitary win in this group came yesterday in a 4-3 win against Dan Aspbury. Peterson kicks this game off with a max. And I just wonder, since the last time we've seen him, we've seen a lot of things go right for him. We've seen a lot of things go his way. And I just wonder whether we're going to get a renewed sense of confidence and a revitalised version of the African Warrior in this particular contest, knowing now that he has got a realistic opportunity to make it through to Saturday's showdown.
Yeah, his fear here in this game is he's 3-1 to the good this week against Heinsoe, and he had that advantage as well against Dan Aspbury earlier in the day in game 3. But he went down to Dan Aspbury, and we wonder whether, are we going to look at the end of the day when the games run out and go, was that the killer blow for Dev? Hindsight's a marvellous thing, and you never do know, but I also know that Dev has his other set of darts in his case when I spoke to him on Monday morning. His global 100 champs winning darts are sat there, but he said these are a better set of darts. These feel more comfortable. These fly how I want them to fly. They grip how I want them to grip. So I know that although they're a fairly new set of darts to me, I know I'm going to be successful with them. They feel the comfort.
41.
And I think as a dart player, me then stood there listening to him. I was kind of thinking, am I listening to myself here? Sometimes I try to convince people that my new darts are the thing and that they're working.
WK 60.
And I tried to look him in the eye, and I actually believe that he does feel that with these. He's not just saying it because they're new. He's saying it because they feel good.
The first leg, Devon Peterson.
Peterson fires home the tops
to
take a 1-0 lead. Focusing in, micro-analysing every single moment.
81.
What do they say in American sports? Dialed in.
$60.
Won't be long, will it, till the NFL season returns?
No, it seems a long downtime with the NFL, doesn't it? But yeah, it's just round the corner. Training and things have all started. The NFL channel on satellite TV is all the picks and everything are all done and dusted.
100.
Transfers and so on and so forth. You've got your team, now you've got to get on with it for the season.
All about the transfers.
100.
I get lost with all the way that works in the NFL. Draft picks and this pick and first pick and that pick, and if you finish bottom you get the pick of something.
100.
You can trade that pick with somebody else for something else. It's like, oh, it's far too complicated for me.
At least in football, Liverpool just buy the Premier League.
60. $60.
Well, they buy the players. Just because you've got the money and the players on the pitch, that doesn't mean to say you're going to win it. You ask Leicester.
140.
5,000 to 1 to win the Premier League that year.
And if you were the pundit, you'd be going, so if you put £1 on that, you will lose £1. That's what you'd have been saying.
I think you're confusing me for another presenter. As
Getting shot
Heinsoe
on the
gets
second
double
leg,
10
Niels
to
Heinsoe.
level this game up at 1 apiece.
As I said yesterday, the biggest
Third leg,
risk you
Devon to
take is
throw
walking
first.
around with
Game
your
on.
shoelaces undone. Ooh, you scary person, you. Risk taker.
60. $70. $60. $45.
The defending champion will be back next week. Jensen Walker
100.
looking to recapture the title he won in April. Not going to have it all his own way. Like Sir Steve Beaton in there. Jurjen van der Velde.
45.
Jamie Atkins, a player who's been knocking on the door of a Championes week.
82.
Well, this is game 9 of the session. 6 more to go after this.
121.
And then we'll be back for 10 more tonight. Live here on Pluto TV.
89.
Well, if they're not bouncing out, they're dropping out for Devon.
Yeah, he gets his sit-ups in, doesn't he?
85.
Collecting those
Devon
darts.
Carr,
Although
110.
I've seen Paul Hinks retrieve a couple for him.
58. Niels Carr, 135.
135 for Heinsoe. Won't be done here. And so Peterson looking at 52 to
51.
put up a 2-1
Devon Carr,
lead in this
52.
game. It's double 16. 2 on
Finish on the third
Peterson.
leg, Devon Peterson.
Gets his nose in front once again.
Fourth leg, Niels to throw first. Game on. $60. $180. $100.
Hello, Dev. Goodbye, Dev.
Should be goodbye, Henry.
140.
That's what it should be.
Right, see you later.
You and your temptations.
$30.
So 61 going.
135.
Went for treble 15 to leave double 8.
$45. Devon Carr, 46.
Potential 11 darter here to break the throat. It's double 16.
Game shot on the
3-1
fourth leg,
Peterson.
Devon
He gets the
Peterson.
break playing well, averaging 92, 3 from 4 in his doubles. Bit more like it.
Fifth
And
leg, Devon to throw
potentially
first. Game on.
just giving Oliver King that proverbial little tap on the shoulder.
$62.
And that again, we mentioned this yesterday about that dart falling out in the middle of nowhere on its own. It has to be to do with the angle of entry. And where it's
45.
hitting on the board, it's kind of hitting the board at 45-degree angle when it goes to the board. And because of that angle, if it's close to one of those blade wires that stick out a little bit, before the dart has a chance to hold and grip in the sisal, the side of the point hits the wire and then drops it out.
26.
It has to be something like that. We are going to have to get some sort of super slow-mo machine so we can work these
100.
things out in a very technical way. And then we can go, oi, you're a farmer, you're wrong. Or we can go, oh, you're a farmer, how clever are you?
30.
You didn't back me up on any of that, did you?
I was just soaking it all in.
Well done. That's what farmers do that as well.
140.
Well, Devon now closing in. Decent performance, this. And he's got all the time, really, hasn't he, that he wants to
85.
wrap this game up.
99.
It has now, but it's the first time we've really seen Devon feasting, isn't it? He's been mostly farming the last few days.
56. 100. WK 43.
43 for the match. Double 16. For DP. To put deep heat
11.
on Oliver King.
$37. WK 32.
To get the game won, it's 32 for Devon Peterson. He's got plenty of time, but he's got an awkward angle.
No score. $94. WK 32.
For the match.
Getting shown
It's
the
there,
match,
and Devon Peterson is there on the coattails of Oliver King. A 4-1 win against Niels Heinsoe means that he is very much in contention going into the final couple of rounds. That's the tail of the tape. After the break is Oliver King up against Dan Aspbury.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Phil Taylor here.
Hiya mate, it's your best friend and daughter here.
My best friend within darts. Peter Wright.
No.
Kevin Painter.
No.
Michael Van Gary.
No mate, guess again.
Luke Humphreys.
No mate.
What do you think of this Luke lately?
I've heard of him. Good little player.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll go again.
Is that alright, yeah?
Yep. Richie Burnett.
No mate, it's Adrian Lewis.
Oh, I thought you were Keith Daly. You owe me 370 quid, you do. I had you there, didn't I?
Yeah. I was just wondering if you fancy catching up, chatting about old times.
I mean, there's some great stories in them days, because Ady's always cheating. That's why I call him Porky.
Right, okay, oh God. I'll be playing at the Modus Super Series.
We got nothing to lose.
Shall we say Saturday, 30th of August, around 4?
Right, I'll see you in 2 weeks or next month or whatever. See you later, talk. Okie doke.
I'll see you there.
So Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor will be in conversation on Saturday the 30th of August here at the Live Lounge in Port. So tickets are £35 and the tickets also include a Saturday night of darts later on in the evening. Back here, we've played 9 matches and following the end of it, we've got a little bit of a race which I don't think realistically we expected come the beginning of the day. Richard McKee's kind of stretched himself clear. He's on 14 points and he is in an unassailable position. Oliver King and Devon Peterson with 10 points respectively. And actually, my maths is telling me that Richard McKee is through because Oliver King and Devon Peterson got to play in the final round of matches. So it means that both of them can't get to 14 points. So my calculations actually have Richard McKee through at this stage. Dan Aspbury on 8 points, Ollie Howard on 4, and Niels Heinsoe on 2 points. Let's get into this game. It's a meeting between Oliver King and Dan Aspbury. And for Oliver King, he needs a win here, really, doesn't he? Because it's just beginning to just fall off the belt a little bit for him. He had a start to the day where he beat Niels Heinsoe 4-2. He's now lost back-to-back games. And realistically, he could just do a win just to get himself back on the horse again.
Yeah, it would more than steady the ship for him, wouldn't it? He needs to, and for confidence-wise, for what's left to come, you know,
first. Game on.
He's got to be careful that he doesn't overthink the position he was in overnight to the position he's in now.
57.
And feel that everything's starting to slip away from him. He's got to remain positive.
58.
Well, Oasis begin their streak of summer shows at Wembley tonight, and Oliver King will be feeling as if it's beginning to
100.
slide away.
Yeah, funny you should mention that. My daughter is going this evening.
Is she? I'm there next Sunday at Wembley.
96.
Taking Mr. Binks with me, so I'm hoping there's no Jumbotron at that concert.
140.
Have you got seats or have you...
Oh no, standing room only.
I wish I was there. I'd have stood
42,
right in front of the pair of you. Some would say, or some might say.
134.
The end of it, Oliver King will be hoping he won't be looking back in anger.
Oliver Car 70.
Oh, I heard you say, yeah.
Double 16.
38. Danica 149.
So Aspbury 149 to get the opening leg on the board. Not to be this time, and so King will come back looking at 32.
125. Oliver Carr 32.
Really applied the pressure though, Aspbury here. We'll have a bit of an
He's on the
idea
first leg, Oliver King.
what's going through King's mind and positivity. If we look at that
leg down to
second dart.
first. Game on. $180.
Looks like Aspbury's going to continue to put up barriers here in this game for King to overcome.
95. $56. $100. $174. $44. Danuka 91.
Well, he's having these spells, isn't he, Dan, today? In this potential 11 darter, he's got plenty of time to level this game up at one apiece.
51.
Leaving himself tops after just a dozen darts to do exactly that.
98. Danuka 40. Getting shot on the second leg.
14
Dan
darter,
Aspbury.
and we are all square at 1-1.
Third leg Oliver to third first. Game on. $57. $59. $100. $85. $57. $140.
Just beginning to find a spell here, isn't he, Dan Aspbury?
100.
And for Oliver King, this is going badly wrong.
$53.
Yeah, nicely worked out there to lead 164. King really needs a big treble, turn the corner. But all he's
43.
done is thrown the dart
Daniel
round the
Carr,
corner into the
164.
5.
$40. Oliver Carr 144. $128. Danuka 124.
Well, that two-treble score leaves King on a double, but is he going to get a look at it? Because Aspbury wants the ball for 1-2-4, and that would have been
99.
Tom Price
Oliver Carr,
checkout
16.
number 4 for the day.
Talking to himself between darts.
12. Daniel Carr
I
25.
think you can see the tension right there in that reaction. King knows the situation he's put himself in.
21.
I
Oliver
was just
Carr
about to say,
4.
you know that's going to go last dart and hurt. but it didn't. A reprieve for King.
Getting shown the third leg, Oliver King.
And one that he appreciates and accepts greatly.
2-1 to the good, and maybe that's the moment things change. He's having a bit of a word with himself at the back of the stage. He's nicking Richie Speaker, man.
100.
He didn't quite get to the speaker, did he? He obviously doesn't know about the crystal ball that
100.
is that right-hand speaker on the stage. Maybe it only speaks Welsh.
Well, put it this way, Richie had his first kiss with the speaker last night, so I don't think
65.
they're on any terms to, or the speaker's on any terms to have a conversation with anybody else.
I think there would be problems if it did.
We will see
60.
Richie in action tonight. This is how completely crazy this place can be at times.
97.
Is that we're going to spend all of the night tonight focusing a camera on a Bluetooth speaker that you could probably get from Curry's.
I don't think you can get that speaker from Curry's. I've been there. I've never seen one.
Other
96.
electronic
Oliver
stores
Carr,
are available as
161.
King looks at 161 to open up a 3-1 lead.
$57. Down the car, 143. $86. Oliver Carr, 104.
So King here looking at 104. Double top.
64.
Doesn't
Down the
go,
car,
and so
57.
Aspbury now looking to level up to a piece. If he can find this 57.
$17.
Doesn't
Oliver
go,
Carr,
and so break
40.
opportunity. And all of a sudden, this game could move into the hands of Oliver King. Finds his tops, 3-1 up, and
Getting
now
shown the
has
fourth
the
leg,
darts
Oliver
to win
King.
the match, and suddenly has the darts to just ease any nerves
leg,
that
Oliver
he
to
may
throw first.
have.
Game on.
Slightly different persona we are seeing from him now.
134. $56. $180.
Well, really is beginning to find his mojo. He maybe has used his get-out-of-jail-free card in this game, and now
100.
beginning to make that push, make that kick, and begin to put things back in his favour once more.
139.
Potential 11 darter to get this game wrapped up.
96. Oliver Carr, 48.
It's double top,
Getting shown the
and
match,
that is
Oliver
an
King.
11 darter to get it wrapped up. And that will just feel like an arresting of the slide for Oliver King. A 4-1 win against Dan Aspbury, and he is back on track. And now suddenly the pressure is applied upon Devon Peterson. He takes on Richard McKee next, and he has to win. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. So receive the trophy. 25
£5,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Oliver King got the better of Dan Aspbury by 4 legs to 1. Next up, Richard McKee takes on Devon Peterson. And for Devon, it is pretty much all or nothing for the African Warrior. Wins this, then there's a chance going into the final round of matches where he takes on Oliver King. Defeat, and it feels like curtains. If he loses 4-0, it mathematically is curtains. 4-1, he'd find himself in a position where the best case scenario is he'd be level on everything and the head-to-heads goes away. But that would mean that he'd have to win big in his last round of
First leg,
matches.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
So effectively, this is a very, very sticky situation for the African Warrior. But McKee,
57.
well, he's done his job. He's into Saturday night's final, doing so for the second time in 2 appearances here at the Super Series. Got through to the semi-finals last time in a week
91.
that Devon Peterson would actually end up winning, making it through to his first Champions Week at the Live Lounge. The reigning ADC Global
100.
Champion who will be defending that title come December time. You'll be able to watch that competition live here on Pluto TV. And we also have a couple of other ADC competitions
100.
for you before 2025 is out, because in October the 18th,
40.
we will have the Men's Tour Championship Finals. That's a Saturday afternoon, 12:30 kickoff. And then on Saturday the 22nd
81.
of November, we'll have the Women's Tour Championship Finals. Again, 12:30 kickoff for that one here on Pluto TV.
100.
That's all leading up to the Globals in December.
85. 94. WK 144. 100.
Peterson can
Richard
win this
McGuire,
game 4-0.
110.
Then that meeting between King and Peterson would be reduced to a straight shootout because there'd be a leg between the pair in terms of legs difference.
36. Devon McCall,
Get the first leg on the board, and he could get a break on the board if he can find this 44. Double 16.
Getting shown the first
It's
leg, Devon
found,
Peterson.
and Peterson gets the first that he needs.
Second leg, Devon to throw first. Game on. $140. $100. $100. $58. $85. $99.
Well, there's certainly a poise and a purpose about
128.
Peterson. It was a better performance, wasn't it? Last time out against Niels in that 4-1 win, and the early indications are that in this knockout mode that he's effectively been forced into, he is finding something. 48 for 2-0. And he's got 6 to do it.
16.
And he is going to need that full quota of darts to double his advantage.
$56. Devon McCall, 32.
So double 16.
On the second leg, Devon
with dart
Peterson.
16, 2-0 to Devon Peterson.
Third leg, reaching the throw first.
He's definitely
Game on.
favouring that side of the board again on this double shooting, isn't he? In his last couple of games, it's where he's starting to feel more comfortable and having more success.
45. $33. $100. $43.
Needed a score there, didn't he?
$140.
You have to say McKee's getting away here.
$100. $100.
And the thing is with Devon, every leg he loses just becomes more and more important for him. It just makes his position more and more perilous.
140. Thank you. Here's the card. What is it? 16.
And McKee has got 6 starts to get his first leg on the board in this match. Has a glance at double top.
76.
Over the bar on double top. Peterson nowhere to be seen.
100. Richard 40.
Certain amount of pressure, but not really a great deal.
Getting shown the third leg, Richard McKee. Fourth leg, Devon to throw first. Game on. 60. $100. $60. $60.
Once again, that first dart causing Devon problems.
54.
Finds it difficult to get round and past it.
$96. $55. $125.
Well, a funny angle, but in is in. And that sees McKee with 120 to go.
105. Richard Carr, 120.
Well, this game's all of a sudden taken a completely different trajectory, hasn't it? Peterson looked so good, so comfortable at 2-0. Almost in a flash of an eye, it's 2-2. We'll expect to come back for 3 more double 10 unless Dev's got something big, something huge. But he isn't going to find a colossal finish here.
99. Richard Carr, 20.
Oh, double 10 for McKee to level it up, and he's right in the bottom corner. I think Dev knows.
Game on.
What the outcome of that means for him.
94. $60. $99.
I'll tell you what, that dart one was almost a prop for Devon to put those couple of darts into the treble bed there.
94.
Is it just beginning to find a second wind? And is that second wind maybe a little bit too
100.
late? Because McKee has got 6 on 2-1-4 to turn what was a 2-0 deficit for him in this game into a 3-2 lead. Picks off a couple of trebles, leaves himself on 92 after 12.
$100. Richard Carr, 92. Game shown the fifth leg, Richard McKee.
And that double 16 puts Richard McKee in front.
Six-leg,
Leads this
Devon
game by
first.
3
Game
legs to
on.
2. Devon Peterson with it all to do. Now 4-2, he can still mathematically win the win his place through to tomorrow night's final, but goodness me, it's going to be a hard task.
One of them, Foxy.
Remember, 8 legs is the absolute maximum that you can concede
100.
in a round of fixtures. For 2 win for Richard McKee
99.
here would mean that Devon would have to win his game against Oliver King by 4 legs to nil to send himself through to Saturday's final. Now, there is, of course, the opportunity. You wouldn't rule Devon Peterson out, but goodness me, that is a difficult task.
Lines being drawn finally and all that. That has not helped his cause at all. McKee with his first 180 of the match. Right at a crucial time.
Richard McGuire 82.
He's now looking at 82. 68. Doesn't have to go 18 ball. Looks like he's doing it. And he achieves it.
The match, Richard McKee.
What an 82 shot to finish the match. It's a 4-2 win in favour of Richard McKee. I'm not sure that he's getting too hooked up in the table. He's just looking for wins and momentum, and that's exactly what he's done with that 4-2 win over Devon Peterson. 90 average for him, Richard McKee. He's looking good. And will he be a threat on Saturday night? We head into a short break, and we come back with Ollie Howard taking on Niels Heinsoe.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie McGuire 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Italian does nothing for me.
No.
As far as I'm concerned, Italian's just cheese and tomato.
I like that.
I'm saying nothing.
What we make? I'm not an idiot sandwich, Nick.
You just see it going in.
A stotty.
Steve, if I could just ask you to pick the leaves off this parsley.
I'm in trouble.
You definitely have been told. It was advertised 2 days ago.
Was it?
I'm choking on the risotto, mate. It's just, what's going on?
You have to show me then.
Yeah, you can have nugget shops, man. I've seen nugget shops. There's thousands of different nuggets. I just walk past it. You taste that.
Do you reckon I can go and pick up the beans now?
A little bit more like Hell's Kitchen, isn't it? What would happen when Paul Nicholson, Owen Binks, Richard Burnett and Steve Beaton share a kitchen? Well, you can find out after the darts is done here on Pluto T. I tell you what, Nico is a very good chef. Have you ever had any food or ever had some food experience of Mr. Nicholson's cooking, Scott?
No, I haven't actually experienced any of his cooking, but I know that when we've been in here in the comms, he's always talked to me about what he's cooked and when he's been cooking it, and I was thinking, yeah, I think there's another avenue here for you, and there it is.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I remember last year, well, a couple of years ago, he was cooking dinner for me, Matthew Edgar, Charlie Courtefine and Owen Binks. And he made this.
Ollie to through first.
He made this chicken in red wine gravy. Very easy for me to say. Some sweet potato mash, vegetable. Oh, I just
140.
like. Honestly, right? It was like a simple meal, basic meal. But my God, does he make it good? Honestly, it's enough to salivate your taste buds. It's absolutely wonderful. Well, he has to run for cover there. That just about squeaked into the treble bed.
How that was holding on, I'm not sure. But it did, and it counted.
95.
Should head to the 18s now, back to the 20s.
92.
Or stay at the 18s. I suppose the 20s were kind of blocked. He's left the big fish.
100.
Should be some sort of show reel. Should Ollie get this?
$96. $70. Hollywood car 74.
Double 10.
54.
Does not go, and so Heinsoe
car 141.
looking at 141 to get the breaker to take the opening leg.
$101.
Well, 101 leaves tops. Howard looking at double 10 for the opening leg. Gets double 10 for the opening leg. I'll tell you who else can cook a mean meal. Jared Cole can put up quite the dish. I remember he went to a wedding once,
95.
and it was nearby where he was residing in Hertfordshire, and he cooked a mean
59.
full English the next morning. Oof. I'll tell you the other incredible cook here at the Super Series, Scott
85.
Campbell. He can make some mean stuff. Honestly, he's got me into lentil soup.
60.
Yeah, I'm not into anything too much on the cooking front, but I do make a good goose egg omelette. I do like my goose egg omelettes. Couple of goose eggs in the omelette.
70.
Very nice. Bits of OXO cubes, sort of like not mixed with water, just sprinkled in for flavouring.
60.
Lots of other things, mushrooms, that sort of thing. Do all like that. Bits of cheese, flip it all over. Yeah, many a person that's visited my house has been treated to a goose egg omelette. And of course, because they're a goose egg, they're quite heavy. They're quite filling.
Yes, I'll tell you what. You've given me one of your some of your eggs in the past,
60.
and they are I can 100%
116.
concur with that.
Yeah, no, all the chicken eggs, all the goose stuff, free range.
So it's a free dart
81.
finish.
So yeah, you find the yolks are a little bit more orange in colour than a normal on a free range egg.
Oh, okay, a little bit of showboatmanship.
140. There's a car 35.
There's one for the show wheel. Thought he had a 180, didn't get it right.
You cheeky sod.
You cheeky little bull hitter, you.
15. Audio car 122.
122 for Howard for 2-zip. Oh, 77. Oh, you can put that in the highlight reel.
Get your arm out now, Ollie. You can do it for that one.
Like Ollie to through first. Game on. $60. $100. $121. $60. $60. $140.
It's got options here.
58. $15. $95. $35. Audio car 107.
So 107 for 3-0. And this would be for Ollie's third win of the group if he can win this particular matchup.
41. Nearest your car 151. $55. Audio car 66.
Double 12.
54.
Does not go. And
Nearest your
so
car
Heinsoe
96.
returns to 96 to reduce the gap back to 2-1. It's double 18.
Getting shot in the third leg. Now it's Heinsoe.
And back we are to 2-1. That a break of
Fourth leg
foe for the
to third
Dane.
first. Game on.
He just hasn't had enough of those moments this week, has he? To really put himself in the mix.
45.
Struggled early on in both groups he was in and then sort of failed to make an impact.
100.
That can happen here. It's not always the guys that come here for the first time that make the big impact.
100.
Sometimes it takes a couple of visits. But he'll have to work hard now probably and
57.
get himself another visit.
100. $100. $40. $56. $42. $44.
Heinsoe across to the
84.
18s, but hits the big 4. Leaves himself 90. Howard.
96. Neil to a car 90. $59. Holly car 48.
For 3-1, it's double 16.
Game on the fourth leg, Ollie
And
Howard.
it goes. That's a break, and that's a 3-1 lead for Ollie Howard. He has the darts
Fifth
here
leg, Ollie
to
through first.
in his
Game
third
on.
game of the group.
$140. $60. $45. $58. $81. $44. $65.
Well, Howard here on the cusp of winning this game, 170 to complete a 4-1 victory.
Oliver Carr, 170.
Can't be done now.
58.
Not really clean it up, but not really does he need to clean it up because there's not really been much being thrown back at him. Or have I spoke too soon?
Or have you spoken it up?
Oliver Carr,
Probably
112.
the latter.
$56.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. Ollie Howard there on the 2 attempts at treble 20.
$44. Oliver Carr, 56.
So this to wrap it up. Double top.
Game
For a
shown in the match, Ollie
4-1
Howard.
win for Ollie Howard. Puts him on to 6 points in the group. He beats Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 1. And so we now head into the final round where Devon Peterson is in to must-win territory and must-win by big scoreline territory. Has to have a clean sweep of Oliver King to get through to tomorrow's final. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen in this Group C. Before the break, Ollie Howard beat Niels Heinsoe by 4-1. We saw Richard McKee beat Devon Peterson by 4-2. And Oliver King beat Dan Aspbury by 4-1. So let's have a look at the table then. Because Richard McKee is 4 points in front. He is safely through to the finals tomorrow night. Oliver King takes on Devon Peterson in this, the 13th game. And if Oliver King can pick up a leg here, he is pretty much home and hosed. Peterson has to win this game by a 4-0 scoreline if he is to progress his way through to tomorrow night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So simple as that. It's not even just knockout for Devon Peterson. It's must not lose. He's effectively at a point of no return. Any more slip-ups and he is gone. And any leg that Oliver can pick up will be good enough for his place through to Saturday night. On his debut, he would join Richard McKee and Boris Kirchmar, who went through on Wednesday, and Wednesday feels a long time ago now.
Yeah, it sure does.
First leg, Devon to through first. Game on.
I wonder what Boris has been up to the last couple of days. I wonder whether he's been resting, whether he's been watching a little bit of this to see who his opponents are, because I for one,
100.
never really wanted to walk into a room and not know who my opponent are, what they did or were. So something like this, I would always have give it a little glimpse and watch some of these players that I would have never seen or played against before.
41.
Yeah, Boris's exploits this week has caused a lot of interest back home in Croatia.
57.
A lot of noise being made back home And a lot of people wanting to watch their man on Saturday night, the man from Zagreb.
100.
Looking to become the second Croatian to qualify for Champions League here. Looking to follow in the footsteps of Romeo Grbovac.
125. 100. 79. Devon Car 160.
So Peterson here looking at 160 to get the opening leg on the board. Not to be this time. And so King looking at a ton to take out
60.
the opening leg.
Oliver Car 100.
Beautiful guy for the treble, but he will persevere with tops.
40.
Wow, the third dart went in the tops and then spat back out again.
Super marker, surely. Did they think that was in?
80. Oliver Car 60.
That is unfortunate and that is unlucky. King back then for 60. Over on the right-hand side, big old space. Oh, he's done the same again.
20.
And a bouncer.
Devon Car 20.
Other dogs in Australian soaps are always available.
Now, Devon
James
Peterson
on the
already
first
was at
leg,
a
Devon
point of no
Peterson.
return. He cannot concede a leg. He's won the first,
Second
but he
leg,
had
Oliver
to
first,
survive
game on.
2 darts from Oliver King, who could not get up to that oche quick enough.
100. 81. 57. 100. 41. 140.
Well, he's on the cusp of the break here, Devon Peterson. This goes 2-0. This all of a sudden gets rather interesting.
Yeah, I agree, Henry. I agree, but that is a very good visit from King. Devil want another one of those. Doesn't matter which one.
83.
Oh, he's just drifted
Car
to the
170.
right. Anything straight would have been good. Oh, this is special. Got a little
136,
excited
Car
there. The last
97.
one was a little bit rushed, wasn't it?
He knew that was the moment, didn't he? And is the moment going to come to pass?
James
Peterson
on the second
2-0
leg,
up.
Devon Peterson.
Peterson breaks. This all of a sudden has got a
So
little
they're
bit
giving it
interesting,
reverse.
and all of a
Game on.
sudden this has got a little bit dicey for Oliver King.
Got Peterson with his back up against the wall, and he's coming out swinging here.
81.
He's not letting anything go. He's not going down without a fight.
He's had to play perfect darts so far, he has.
135.
But all Oliver King needs is one moment to swing his way.
100. 134. 54.
Peterson is clinging on by his fingertips right now.
65.
King's first to finish. Peterson has to hit big here. 2 trebles, really. 1 treble, you sense, is not enough. Needs a second, you feel.
96.
Doesn't get it.
Oliver Car 167.
Does leave himself on a finish. But King has overturned the darts. Is this the moment?
95. Devil car 170.
Peterson then on the big fish. Not going to go, but he would love to leave it handy.
140.
Oh, left it more than handy. The 72 is under pressure.
My word are these big moments. And my word, could that be a big miss? Double 18. That's it. That was all Oliver King needed, was a solitary leg. And that now,
fourth leg Oliver to throw first. Game on.
With the head drop of Devon Peterson, tells you everything that you need to know. And all of a sudden you can see the freedom and fluidity that Oliver King's throwing with, because he now is safe in the knowledge that he is through to Saturday night. Not the most conventional way of getting it done, but get it done he has.
It was brave. There's no two ways about it. It was brave.
123.
Because Peterson was sat on a double to make it 3-0.
$97. $28. $100. $123. Devon car 164.
For Devon, you can just see the look on his face. I think if you could offer him a tap out button now, he would tap out.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a feel for him.
98. Oliver Carr 102.
But I'm afraid to say the damage wasn't really done here in this game, was it? It's been some previous games.
On the fourth leg, Oliver King.
King now in full
Fifth
free
leg,
flow.
First, game on.
As he adds a 102 to the 124 and the 101 he's already had today. I have to say, had King not have made it, it would have been a bit of a injustice, because overall, over the 2 days, he's probably been better than Dev, really, if we're being honest. We love him to bits, our compadre here up in the commentary box.
140.
Sometimes that can make this place a more difficult place to play for us. We understand the conundrums a little more, because we're not flitting in and out just to play.
53. $45.
Well, level at 2-2. Peterson with 6 starts on 2-2-6 to go 3-2 to the good.
100. $59. Dev the car 126.
So 126 here for Dev. Chummer 19 does not get. 88 remaining.
$98. Out of the car 160. $54. Dev the car 28.
So double 14 for Dev and a 3-2 lead.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Devon Peterson.
Yeah, those are falling in now. He's only got to put his hand up and they jump in on
Sixth
their
leg
own.
to throw first. Game on.
Tends to be the case once the pressure is off.
$95. $60. $59. 140. $44. $140.
Yeah, squeezed in the corner for Devon. 161 after 9. Not too shabby at all.
58. Devon car 161. $97.
So 64 for Peterson to win this game 4-2. Needed a win at full zip. Was left on double 15 to lead 3-0. King got the leg he needed. Got another one
85.
after that.
Devon car 64.
He's not going to win his place through, but he can win this match. Oh. Missed two big numbers.
24. Oliver car
Victories and
160.
self-tops. This to take us all the way. The 160 is not going to go, and so Peterson will be back with 3 more in hand at double top to
100. Devon car
complete
40.
victory in this contest. It's double top for the match.
Getting shown
And
in
it's
match
double
7,
top
Peterson.
to complete a 4-2 win. It's not going to be enough for Devon Peterson to progress through. You can see in the look on his face that he knows that really the damage was done early on in the group. It was a good performance to finish off. Average just under 95, 4 from 6 on his doubles. Two more games to go. Dan Aspbury takes on Ollie Howard on the other side of these commercial messages. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidley!
It's Pluto TV, it's the Modus Super Series, and we have 2 more games to go this afternoon. And we see for the final time this week, Ollie Howard and Dan Aspbury. After this game, the pair will be departing us, heading off into the Portsmouth sunset. And who knows when our paths will meet again. What was it Dame Virulin said? Don't know where, don't know when.
100.
But for these two, it is going to be the end of their road here in Pompey for another week. And so
99.
It's all about those bragging rights. All about, okay, I didn't make it through, but at least I won my last game.
57. 94.
I think I would say at least I was there.
44. 138. 140 out of car.
How did he get those two through there? Looked like a absolute natural blocker, and he just forced it through.
60.
Good stuff there from Aspbury.
60.
Another. Does not go.
140 out of car. 110.
His pace being of this match is a little bit quicker than these two have been throwing. We noticed that Howard did it a couple of games ago, that he upped the pace and threw a little bit quicker and was having
25.
more success.
Daniel Carr, 20.
Bit of a failure on that front. Commentators cursed. Do apologise, Ollie.
Well, obviously both players are out and they booked a taxi and it comes in about 5 minutes.
They just seem to be in a hurry, don't they?
10.
Except for when they're getting out.
Daniel Carr, 85.
Howard here, 85. Well within his repertoire. Double 9.
76.
Probably a little bit too quick
10.
on that occasion.
It's like being played in fast forward this first leg.
No score. Oliver Carr, 9.
Ten and 9 the scores, but Howard isn't going to win it in 21 darts. That was a niche 2015 reference.
Like it.
100. 180.
180 for Aspbury. He's first of the game. The first of the game.
100. 60. 57. 91.
Aspbury leaves himself on the big fish to level this game up at 1 apiece. Howard
140.
leaves himself in situ to open up a 2-0 lead. Wins this game, he could end on 8 points, which isn't a bad return whatsoever
59.
for a debut campaign in a Group
104.
C.
$56. Daniel Carr, 111.
Double 20, double 16. Not to be, and so Howard
46.
will return.
Oliver Carr, 48.
Looking at 48 to go 2-zip up in this match. Double 16 required, double 16 foul. Howard 2, Aspbury 0. game 14 of the
Third
session.
leg down to through first. Game on. $56. 100. 56. 100. 99. 100. 75.
So Ollie Howard, first shot into the green. It's looking a good one. Oh, until that deflection at the end.
$95. Hello, car 116. $45. Down the car 120.
So Aspbury 120 to get his first leg on the board. Tots, but goodness me, there's a lot of tungsten in the way of this.
80.
Over the top.
71.
Howard back for 71 to go 3-0 to the good in this game. He's going to get one dart at double top.
51. Daniel Carr 40.
Which goes low.
Getting shot on the third leg, Dan Aspbury.
Aspbury pins tops. Goes back to 2-1.
Fourth leg Ollie to throw first. Game on. $100. 100. 100. 96. 97.
Yeah, good pick up with the last there for Ollie Howard. Just keeps his nose in front. A good response
138.
from Dan Aspbury, leaving himself 167.
92. Daniel Carr
Good
167.
use of the board from Aspbury. What can he do with the 167?
$60. Hollywood Carr 112.
112 for Howard. Still on. Triple 19. Needs a poke at the bull. And he
James
gets
on
the
fourth
bull.
leg, Ollie
Well, he's a
Howard.
bull hitter, isn't he?
Well, he is now.
Fifth leg down to through first. Game on.
And the pair exchange a laugh and a joke.
$58.
112 joins the 122 in Ollie's Ton Plus Club today.
Yeah, nipped to 118 in yesterday as well, didn't
59.
he? I think over the last couple of games he's probably settled. And I'm probably thinking he wishes he felt like this in the
96.
first few games, but look, hey ho, as long as you leave the place with more knowledge than you had, or more darting knowledge than you had when you came in, I think the trip is then always worth your while.
$56.
hindsight is perhaps one of the most incredible things that you could possibly have, but I'm sure he's going to take a lot from the experience that he's had over the last
45.
few days or so.
$40. $59. $95. $61.
Aspbury 126. Howard looking to set up. How nicely can he set up? He can set up very nicely. Could be in situ to win this 4-1. Aspbury, you said, has to find this 126. He's not going to get it, and so Howard will return here.
58.
Looking at 68.
68.
To complete a 4-1 win and to end his campaign with success. He's going to get a dart, a double 16.
36. Danukar 68.
Yeah, well, Aspbury go the same way. He's got 68 left. That's a big safe 20. 48 left. 8 for tops. That dart could be in the way now.
48.
And proved to be the case.
32.
So to end his campaign with a win, and it would end his campaign with 8 points. That is incredibly awkward.
No score. Danukar 20.
One more at 2 10s. And he takes it.
Aspbury.
Ollie Howard's got all the work to do again to get match
Six leg
darts.
Ollie to throw first. Game on.
That was a hold to throw as well.
97.
Howard had an ample opportunity there to see the game out, didn't he?
Yeah, chances come and gone. He's going to have to
100.
do all the hard work again.
$78.
That's just why we love the game. Nothing is ever for sure.
No, absolutely
56.
nothing definite about anything in this game.
$60. $140. $121. $45. Ollie car 145.
This will be a way to finish. Not to be. We'll go up to the 18.
93.
Kind of blocked the treble 10
Danica
route
160.
with his attempt at the treble 15, did Ollie?
$60. Ollie car 52.
Well, today's been a much better day. In fact, he could end the day with 3 wins if he can nail double top.
Game
Well,
shot and
Friday
match,
was a
Ollie
much
Howard.
better day for Ollie Howard. He'll end his campaign with 8 points. A much improved day once we have his 5 games. And there'll be plenty of positives he can take from this particular experience. He beats Dan Aspbury by 4 legs to 2. One final game to go. Neil Heinsoe against Richard McKee.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Couple more games to go. No, we're not. I've only got one more game to go. What am I talking about? It's Richard McKee up against Niels Heinsoe. It's been such a long day. I thought we had more darts. In fact, we do have more darts tonight from 10 o'clock. Group B coming to a close. But Group C will be culminating right here, right now, with a meeting between Richard McKee and Niels Heinsoe. Richard is safe through to Saturday's finale. Well, we haven't got all day, Richard. I mean, we have got all day, but don't take all day. Don't really matter. We're here anyway, aren't we? Might as well make best use of the time, make best use of our company. Seems like an interesting conversation.
There's nobody I'd rather be with, Henry. Nobody I'd rather be with.
But Richard McKee, he's just been solid, steady. He's playing
like Niels
towards
to
that
throw
high
first.
80s, low 90s range, which has
Game on.
just been more than good enough. And if he wins this game, then he'll have 18 points for the group.
$85.
Yeah, Richard's another one I know. I believe he can step up when the going gets tough.
57. 140. $81.
I think he's one of those players,
100.
Richard, that would come here and had a little expectation. I think you hope the minimum requirement on your week is to make the Saturday night final.
137.
And I think how you then play during the week to get to that final is kind of how you fairly assess yourself once you're there, and your expectations before you throw a dart on the Saturday night.
Heinsoe hit here looking at 88 to take the opening leg of this contest.
100. Neil Zilkar, 88.
This for 1-0. Well, 18 leaves the bullseye.
54.
That's not go. McKee
Richie
may well
McGuire
end on the
would have been
bullseye here.
26.
Needs just to run treble from his first 2 darts to do exactly that. Needs to find it with dart 2. Does so. And now he's looking at the middle portion of the board.
79.
And that drops
Neil
low.
Zilkar, 34.
Yeah, he found the treble nicely with the second dart.
Getting shot on the first leg, Neil Heinsoe.
17 goes. Heinsoe 1-0.
Second leg reaching the third first. Game on. $100. $60.
What have you enjoyed the most about this session, Scott?
180.
I think the way that probably Ollie sort of developed as the session went on, I thought he was really good. I thought early doors,
60.
You know, Oliver King and McKee, that game of game 4, quite a crucial game in the way that it turned the session sort of in McKee's favour. And then sort of like the persistence of King to keep going and keep going. Sad, obviously, to see the demise of Dev there and not making it through to Saturday. He's a big name player who we'd have loved to have seen through the end, but this is the way that darts is going. There are new faces and new kids on the block, and we're going to be seeing some of them on Saturday night. I think it's been a quite an enthralling session. It's been one of those that's had something going on pretty much from the start to the end until this one.
60.
Unfortunately,
38.
it's always nice to have the sessions where it's all on the last game, winner takes all exciting, keeping you interested. But
Game show on the
it can't
second
always
leg,
work like that.
McKee.
But overall, I think it's been a sort of quite
Third
an
leg,
enthralling
Neil's the third
session.
first. Game on.
Well, McKee squares up at 1-1.
$95. $98. $100. $140. $124. $57. $45. 180.
180 for Richie McKee, leaves himself on 26, forces Heinsoe to take the 137.
$57. Richie Dakar, 26.
Double 13. Now double 6. And that's
Gain
the
shot on the
break and
third
throw.
leg, Richie McKee.
Converted nicely.
4-5, Richie to through first. Game on. $41. $140. $140. $45. $60. $47. $60. $81. $100.
McKee down to a finish first.
$85. Richie Dakar, 100.
He's actually hit the 100 shot out on a couple of occasions.
$60. Neil Dakar, 103.
This for a level game and this for 2-2. Heinsoe looking at 103, 84 remaining. Can't be done now. And so McKee will return looking at double 20 for a 3-1 lead.
$44. Richie Dakar, 40.
It's double top.
$20. Neil Dakar, 59.
Heinsoe then for 59. Tops it is. Last start.
19. Richie Dakar,
So
20.
McKee comes back for 20.
Getting shot on the fourth
There he
leg, Richie
goes.
McKee.
3-1 lead
Fifth
to
leg, Neil
him.
through
And
first. Game on.
Heinsoe, this could be a long one last leg before a long
100.
drive home.
Yeah, it's been great to have Niels here this week. The 17-hour drive back to
43.
Denmark will be about to commence.
He lives in a little island off of Denmark. So there's a boat as well.
140.
Boat this end onto mainland Europe. Boat the other end. I'm not envying him that trip, I can tell you.
58.
You're telling me.
$125.
It looked like he was going to hit a max, but the last start was high, wide and handsome.
$140. Niels Ricard 136. $32.
104 left. McKee.
$100. Niels
Piles
Ricard
in a ton.
104.
Heinsoe looking at 104 to bring it back to 3-2. Looking at the 16s. Looking for a moment of brilliance.
69.
He's had a lot of darts
Richard
at top.
160.
Let's pull low into the 5. Is this it? Is this the mark that McKee will make on Saturday night? Could not find the second treble.
84. Niels Ricard 35.
It's double 16. Moves
19.
inside, and so McKee returns looking at
76.
76 to win the match. It's double 8 to get the job done.
60.
But double 8 is not
Niels
found,
Ricard,
and so
16.
Heinsoe returns for double 8 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. Now looking across at double 4 and
shown the
gets
fifth
double
leg.
4
Niels Heinsoe.
and keeps this game going even longer.
6 leg Richard to third first. Game on. $140. $45. $100. $40. $85. $60.
Key 6 darts on 176 to complete a 4-2 win.
100.
Ton leads him on 76 to get over the line in this game. Well, who knows? The parting shot could well be a max for Niels Heinsoe. Double top.
36.
You can see the smile on his face because
100.
he knows that his
40.
race is run here. He's enjoyed his 5 days, but he's going to depart us. But for Richie McKee, he's going to be back for Saturday night flighting here at the Super Series. 18 points he picked up in that Group C. He gets the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 2 to round off the afternoon's action. Smile on the face of Niels the Dane, who has entertained us this week. But it's Richard McKee who wins by 4 legs to 2 in our final game of the afternoon session.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the action has been completed in Group C. Before the break, we saw Richard McKee get the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4-2. He's joined alongside Oliver King. He lost his last game to Devon Peterson, but he only needed one leg in that game to send him through to Saturday's final. So this is how the table looks following the end of play. It is Richard McKee and Oliver King that make their way through. Devon Peterson in third position, both Dan Aspbury and Ollie Howard on 8 points. Also, same legs difference, but Dan Aspbury getting the chump because of his better legs one ratio, and Niels Heinsoe at the bottom of the table on just 2 points. Richard McKee won the group. He joins myself and Scott Mitchell now in the studio to look back upon his performances over the last couple of days. And this is becoming a rather happy place for yourself, isn't it, Richard? Second time you've been here, second time you've been in a Group C, second time you've made it through to a Saturday night.
First time you come, you have no expectations of yourself. You're just, like I said the last time, one to win legs. And then you qualify and get through the semi-finals. You come back again in fight, which you're privileged to get. Then there's more pressure. You feel I have to perform now. You know, when you get that in fight, you think, I can't be a flash in the pan here. I have to try and produce good darts to get through again.
So how does the mentality shift then from the first time to the second? Because as you say, first time was a little bit of a free hit for yourself, didn't quite know what was going to happen. Then, obviously because of what happened the first time, there's a bit more expectation on your shoulders. How did you deal with that this time around?
Even this week I've came with no expectations. I've been suffering with tendonitis in my elbow, and I've been going to see physio through a guy called Donald, who's been fantastic and has found the root of the problem and tried to help me along as best he can. And thankfully this past 2 days has been great. I have been able to throw pretty freely without any hassle. But yeah, you just come back and just think, right, try and reproduce. The goal was get to Saturday night, so hopefully you get another maybe in fight or whatever, you know. That's what it's about now, trying to get back.
What has pleased you the most in terms of your performances over the last couple of days?
Being able to grind out results. You know, games I feel I should have lost and I've come back to win. I don't feel I've played my best game up there yet.
I actually said at the start of the show, I thought that you're doubling. When you get around 100, you looked likely that you were going to start taking stuff out. But your scoring at times looked so unlikely. But the way that you were finishing and your short irons into the green, I call it, to the double, you were always very good at that the whole way through. So even if you hadn't scored, I felt you were like on your B game with your scoring, but sort of not a great deal far off of the A game with your doubling and your shooting out.
No, I felt it was my B game this time as well. And to get through even on your B game, you're happy, but just trying to find that extra gear now tomorrow night to try and get to my A game with the scoring.
Is it one of them weird things as well? Look, obviously you don't want to have to go there, but can it almost be just as pleasing the fact that even when you're not playing at your best, you know you've got a game that could be competitive in a ring like this. It's a game that can win your matches.
But it is frustrating too when you think I haven't played my best game yet, and I was trying to get that out of myself. You know, that's the killer. I throw at a very, very short point, and sometimes I feel like I'm maybe blocking the treble 20, but every time I try a longer point, I just can't seem to get along with them, and that's, you know, I think that's maybe doing my scoring a wee bit of damage. You know, you play on different boards, maybe a harder board, softer board, and the harder the point will stick out a wee bit more, where here it is a softer board, and it doesn't seem to be.
It's one of those dilemmas for a dart player. I know exactly what you feel. You're watching all the new guys now using all these long points, keeping their barrel further back, opening up the target, and you feel that everybody else is outscoring you and outdoing you. But for me, I think if you let that become a mentality, then it kind of stops yourself. If you can go 140 every time, you'll still win most of the games.
And especially with that twist I have, just as I'm about to release my dart, a longer point, I can't do that. So I can't. So I need the shorter point, you know, to be able to give that twist.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realise that basically the dart goes where the point goes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if you've got a longer point and you haven't quite got it, control of it with your throw. And like you say, you've got that little twist just before you release. If you haven't got control of the very front of that point, the dart's not going to go where you want it to go.
And I just don't feel confident with a longer point. So I don't
stick with what you got, mate. I think you're doing all right.
Well, certainly doing okay. Back into another Saturday here at the Super Series. Semi-final last time. I get the sense that you're a guy that wants to maybe go a step or two further.
Yeah, but looking at it, it's looking like a very, very tough night ahead. You know, with who already is qualified and who potentially could qualify, it's going to be a tough night. Especially Oliver King, you know, his first time here, he has played some great darts. So he has, and they get the better hand of him over 2 games. I'm surprised.
Well, I'll have a quick chat with you in just a second. Myself and Scott are going to break down what else we have seen today, because Oliver King was the other player to make it through. Hard work in the end, but he managed to get the job done that he needed to get done.
He did. I think we targeted game 4, which was Richard and Oliver's game against one another, knowing that the winner would probably have it a little bit easier to qualify than the other, and the other was going to be left a little bit wanting and a little bit of heartache and had some work to do. And that's exactly how it turned out for Oliver King. But he did come through it, albeit by needing 2 legs against Devon. And I think, you know, now that he's through, there'll be a sigh of relief. He'll get a good night's sleep, and like this man will be wanting to do damage tomorrow.
Devon just left himself with too much work to do today, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I think these 2 guys started so well yesterday. I think that Devon didn't expect that to happen, and there's a certain amount of pressure when you're Devon Peterson. You're a big name in that group, and everybody was just looking, well, it's going to be Devon go through and one other, and it didn't be the case. I just think the pressure got to him a little bit.
For yourself, what's the prep now? What's going to be the preparation between now and tomorrow night's final?
An early night. Have plenty of rest. I'll have to answer a few calls and a few text messages, not from friends. The support back home has been fantastic again. You know, I have to give a shout out to my best friend Scott Crumley, who I'm sure has watched every dart that's been thrown. He'll be ecstatic with how I've got on this week.
He's going to be dangerous tomorrow, isn't he?
I think he's always dangerous because he's always glass half full. Never expects any more. Happy with what he's got and deals with whatever situation comes. And like he says, only thrown his B game so far. When he gets his A game out there, we're all going to have to get our head down, aren't we?
It's going to be interesting. Richard, many congratulations.
Yep.
We shall see you tomorrow night. Thank you for popping up for a chat. Scott, I shall see you downstairs in a minute for a nice bit of food, and we'll see you again later on tonight. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV, but because we've got a big session coming up tonight in Group B, where we're going to see Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine and Mike Gillett alongside Ryan Brownlee, Richard Burnett in action. Brownlee needs just the 1 win this evening to guarantee of his place through to tomorrow night's final. Between now and then, there's plenty coming up. We're going to be heading from the Oki to the oven. It's making me hungry. That's coming up next. And then we've got the Tungsten Talk featuring Simon Whitlock. That's coming up afterwards. And then we'll have the live darts resuming from 10 o'clock tonight. And we're going to see that man in your picture, Richard McKee, in Saturday night's final. We are live from 7:30 here on Pluto TV. It's McKee and King who win through Group C. We shall see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is.
And that was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.